Hello, and welcome back. Tonight, we're going to be going over a compilation of terrifying ghost stories from around the web. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Also, please consider checking out my Patreon, where I upload all videos from the channel ad-free, along with exclusive behind-the-scenes content and polls to influence future videos. Now, let's get into the fearful findings. My trip to the slaughter yard, a story my mom wouldn't tell me until my 30s. So let me start out by saying I enjoy writing, so this would be long. It is nonfiction though, but will hopefully be an interesting read. I also admit that I have absolutely no memory of this experience. I was a little over 2 years old, and just started to walk on my own when this event took place. My mom only told me this story around 3 years ago, when I was 32, and about to get married. My mother was raised in a very tiny fundamentalist Christian community and had no belief in the paranormal. She believed that her souls sleep until Judgment Day, or something like this. Ergo, there are no ghosts or spirits to haunt houses. Even over 30 years later, she still sounded terrified as she told me this. This woman who always talks way too loud was literally whispering by the end of it, and she was white as a sheet. I believed her completely and still do. My mom never talks about stuff like this. I'm just glad I can't remember it as well. In 1988, my parents had their second child. This was my brother Victor, alias. We were very crowded in our rented flat with 2 babies. My parents decided to move to a rambling old 2-story farmhouse on a 7-acre plot in southern Ohio for more room for the family. It was way out in the sticks and took almost an hour to get to town from there. My mom said the first time I saw the house, I freaked out. I was crying and saying things like, "Don't like mean house, ugly house, don't like, scary house mama, don't like." My mom says this behavior was very out of character for me, but I stopped complaining about the house after a few weeks, so she chalked it up to the stress of the move. Now this house was ramshackle as fuck, and in the middle of nowhere. The kitchen was to the far rear of the house and, until recently before we moved in, still had a working ancient wood-burning cooking stove against the back wall. This had caught the back wall on fire a couple of months before we moved in and caused a lot of damage. A lot of this damage wasn't fixed, so my young, broke parents got a very cheap rent agreement. Gotta love the 80s. On the second floor, directly above the kitchen, was a locked room. The landlord claimed it had heavy fire damage, but her son, who had done the upstairs repairs, claimed the only fire damage left was in the kitchen since it had been the worst and was beyond his skill level to fix. Either way, the landlord was adamant that the room was off limits, and my parents always respected that. I would have looked 100%. I know all this because I heard stories about the crappy farmhouse with the creepy door my whole life, and there were pictures of us in and around the farmhouse. The locked door was right next to the upstairs landing, so there was no avoiding it, and both my parents have told me I gave them the creeps. A few months after we moved in, my mother and I were in the yard with our pit/Doberman mix, Boss. She was hanging laundry, and I was rolling around with the dog. She said that just as she noticed that everything was way too silent, Boss started going apeshit from surprisingly far away. About 500 yards from the house on the left, there was a small duck pond. Boss was in between the two, running towards my mom, then turning and running back towards the pond, barking frantically the whole time. My mom saw something thrashing around in the middle of the pond. She took off towards the water full speed. Boss beat her there and dragged me out of the water himself. Thank you, pupper. I love you. Although my mom was confused how I got so far so fast and how I got into the center of the pond since it was over my head and I couldn't swim, she figured she'd underestimated me and brought in the baby gates and playpens. I was to be contained from now on. A few weeks later, she was cooking downstairs. Boss was outside, Victor asleep in his crib, and I was in my playpen in my room upstairs. I also had a gate on my door and one at the top of the stairs. The stairs ran up from the side of the kitchen, so my mom said she could listen for us crying or fussing while cooking. My mom said no longer than 15 minutes after the last time she looked in on us kids, Boss starts going crazy again in the yard. She runs up to check on us. Victor's still sleeping. Every baby gate is still shut and locked, but I am not in my room. A frenzied search reveals I'm not in the house at all. A sudden image of Boss saving me from drowning causes my mom to rush outside to see what he's trying to tell her this time. She said he was running circles in the yard, barking uncontrollably. When she got outside, he took off towards the right, away from the pond. He would run ahead, turn around and bark at my mother, wait for her to catch up a little before racing off again. He ended up leading her almost a mile and a half out onto the dirt road that separated our property from our neighbors. He led her to a thick stand of trees on our neighbor's side of the rocky drive. She said what hit her first was the foul stench of advanced decay. She plowed into the trees with her heart in her throat and her stomach full of ice. She said she noticed many piles of corrugated tin, tarps, tire, and other debris. The miasma was emanating most strongly from these junkyard cairns. Peeking under a sheet of tin, she discovered the extremely decomposed corpse of a butchered cow. As she headed deeper into the thicket, where the tree cover was denser, she said less care was taken to cover the remains. Grisly pieces of bones and rotted chunks of bovine littered the area. Apparently our neighbor, in an effort to cheat his taxes, had been illegally slaughtering cattle and hiding the remains in at least one of the few thick strands of trees around. She found me in the dead center of this thicket, just standing there looking around like I was confused, surrounded by carnage. She said I didn't seem scared or anything, just standing. She rushed over to me and, after ascertaining that I wasn't injured, began questioning me on why I was here, how I got there, etc. Keep in mind that although my mother said I started speaking very young, I still didn't have that much of a vocabulary. She said I told her, with that serious look only small children can give, that the children brought me here. Shouting her pants at the thought that anyone, even children, could walk right past her through the kitchen, keep me from upstairs, and walk right back past her on the way down the stairs and out with me, she demanded to know what children and where the hell they are now. I looked at her dead serious and told her the ones that lived with us in the room and up the top of the stairs and that I didn't see them anymore. After a moment of stunned silence, she started asking all kinds of questions about these children. However, she told me that I refused to say anything else. She said as long as she questioned me about what happened, I would just stand there, staring at her with a serious expression and my mouth closed. She said the same pattern held true every other time she brought it up to me, so she was always left wondering and immediately began hounding my dad about moving closer to town. While the incident with me getting to the pond was highly unlikely, it was at least remotely possible. My mother is adamant that me being in the hidden slaughter yard that day was flat impossible. She says there's no way I could have even known it was out there, much less have the ability to open and relock the baby gates, get downstairs, past her, and end up almost 2 miles down the road and in this place in under 15 minutes. I was only 2, and as slow and clumsy as most toddlers. As I said, she's still shaken by it after 30 years. Personally, I have no idea what happened that day. I've thought about hypnosis, but haven't yet decided I really want to remember. Maybe it's better to let it be a mystery, because whatever the fuck those things were, I really don't think they were children. The White Witch. In the early 80s, I lived in Okinawa, Japan. My dad thought that seeing the world would be an adventure that would help my brother and I become better men, and I have to say, I think he was right. Being in the military showed me cultures many would never get to experience, and I'm thankful for every experience that life gave me, even the scary ones. While we lived in Japan, my father wanted us to have a fully immersive experience, so he chose to move us into a small Japanese neighborhood off base. We lived in a little house at the top of an enormous hill in a cul-de-sac that overlooked, I kid you not, part of a huge zoo, and on one side a fairly large cemetery. Our particular house was set far above the monkey habitats about a mile downhill. Between us and those habitats was nothing but thick Indiana Jones-style jungle. Jungle the neighborhood kids and I would tromp through endlessly, ignoring the local warnings about poisonous snakes and ancient untripped mines from World War II. We were the only American family living in that cul-de-sac, completely surrounded by Japanese families, and it was amazing. The kids loved us, and although we couldn't communicate through language very well, we understood each other perfectly, well, most of the time. Opposite us was an older couple, with a lush garden surrounding the property. The older woman wanted us to call her Mama-san, and she had us helping her garden whenever she could coax us over with green tea and chocolate/banana cookies. We loved her. She was so welcoming and generous. as was everyone else actually. We lived in a wonderful neighborhood. The only drawback to Mama-san's home, however, was that she directly overlooked the cemetery, and that cemetery was unlike any cemetery I had ever seen before. Because Okinawa is an island, burials don't happen very often. Instead, above-ground crypts are built. Many of them built into the sides of the hills that make up the island. The crypts are large, made of huge arcs of polished stone, set over a large square of that stone, which is a square insert cut into the middle of it for the coffin to be placed inside. Once inside that square is inset with another piece of polished stone just inside, leaving a kind of shelf on the outside so offerings could be made to lost loved ones. Again, food, flowers, incense are some of the offerings given. Below Mama-san's house was a valley that swooped back up into another hill opposite her home. That valley and both hills were covered with these crypts, and spiderwebbing up and down through the crypts were various stone-step pathways that were old and badly maintained. It was quite a sight. One evening, Mama-san asked me to come visit with her alone. She had agreed to show me, but it was only for me as the older brother. Intrigued and a bit proud, I agreed. She took me to the back of her garden and sat me on a thick wooden bench that was carved with scenes of fishermen and men with swords, and told me that she had a story to tell. Mama-san then disappeared for a few minutes and soon returned with a tray that held hot green tea and sweet rice cakes. Sitting next to me, she smiled and commented on the colors of the evening sky as the sun began to lower. Mama-san said she had seen me, my brother, and some other kids daring each other to follow a stairway path down into the cemetery. You have to understand, the path from our little home area down to the cemetery consisted of hundreds of steps, many broken or cracking, and out of the bushes, and at a steep incline. It would be dangerous for anyone, but the real test was seeing how long we could take walking through the crypts at night. Mama-san wanted to explain why that was a bad idea. Many years ago, during the war, Americans were thought to be devils, monsters that would murder innocent citizens for no reason other than to kill. The fear was the product of wartime propaganda used to encourage young men to military service and farmers to fight alongside them, but many didn't. Many ran. And with nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, hundreds of Japanese citizens hurled themselves off a cliffside rather than face torture at the hands of their perceived enemy. I was terrified at hearing this. I had no idea that this had happened. I was mortified and hit with such a sadness I started to cry. The sun was setting and the sky went from pink and blue to a deep orange and red. Mama-san reached out and held my hand, telling me not to worry. This was in the past, and the past is something we must always remember, so we'd never go back. She went on with her story. One young woman had followed through with this sacrifice with her 2 children, but she survived the fall. She was in a coma for months. When she did regain consciousness, she was horrified to realize she was not with her children. They had been buried somewhere in that cemetery below, in an unmarked crypt that held many others. The woman would spend days and nights searching the cemetery, crying in pain, the torment of her loss unbearable, until the day she threw herself into the ocean to hopefully be reunited with her lost family. But they say she never found her children. Her act of suicide doomed her to purgatory. She would remain tortured for eternity. The sun had disappeared, the cemetery drowned in inky blackness, the main path dotted with dim, broken lights feebly illuminating the small areas. Mama-san continued. She still wanders the cemetery, she said, looking for her kids. You can hear her crying. And then she pointed down. I didn't want to, but I did. I looked. In the back of the cemetery, in the darkness, there was a white figure. At first, a bright white shimmer, moving slowly, kind of shaking. It moved from side to side, like it was moving among the crypts, and you could actually hear the crying. Softly at first, but then low moans and whimpers of pain as it got closer. I was terrified. I wanted to run, but Mama-san had my hand and whispered that she wouldn't come up here. We were too far. But that is why we shouldn't go down there after dark. She said many don't know her story and call her the White Witch, which angers her. It's best to stay away. It's best to pray for her. Mama-san said she comes out to see her often, hoping one day she will find her salvation. Needless to say, I never went down to that cemetery, not once, and I never sat back there with Mama-san again either. That was enough for me. I did, however, visit Suicide Hill. It's called Peace Prayer Park now out of respect. I cried the whole time we were there. I prayed for all the souls and for forgiveness. So many Japanese citizens spoke to us, welcoming us, telling us stories, and sharing with us. I didn't feel worthy, and my love for the country and its people was overwhelming. I'll never forget my time there. I'd like to go back, to see if she's still there, wandering the graves, looking for her children. My dead dad used a TikTok to say hello. I don't have many memories of my father because he died when I was just 8 years old. However, I do clearly remember the night several years later when he let us know that he was still around and still watching over us. First of all, you need to know something about my father. He was fascinated by the supernatural and by the possibilities of some sort of existence after death. After it became clear that he would soon lose his battle with lymphatic cancer, he told my mother not to worry. If there's any way for me to reappear after I die and let you know that I'm okay, he said to her, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'll visit you and the kids all the time. It's gonna be so cool. My mother said her response to that was pointed and succinct. Don't you fucking dare. It wasn't that she didn't care what happened to him after he died, or that she didn't want him watching over us. She just knew she wasn't going to be emotionally capable of dealing with that situation, and she promised him that's how she would react. My father followed through on his promise, though. The story my mother told us was that she was in the upstairs bedroom a few months after his death, thinking about him and crying because she missed him so much. Then, she suddenly had the distinct feeling that she was being watched. She turned her head and saw my father standing outside the bedroom window on the balcony, clear as day. He looked healthy and alive. He was wearing a bright blue suit, and he gave my mother a look that said, "Is it okay if I come inside?" My mother said she stared at him for a moment in total shock. She deliberately blinked her eyes to make certain that she was really seeing what she was seeing, and when she opened her eyes, he was still there, smiling and waiting. That's when my mother followed through on her promise. She closed her eyes tightly and said out loud, "I can't handle this. I'm sorry, but I need you to go away, and please don't ever do this again." After about 10 seconds, she opened her eyes, and this time he was gone. This next part of the story takes place a few years later, and I have to set the scene for you. I took a bad fall while playing soccer, and the impact totally destroyed my shoulder. I broke it in 2 places, and every ligament and tendon was torn. The reason this is important to the story is this. My shoulder hurt so bad that I couldn't easily walk up the stairs to my bedroom, which was across the hall from my parents' bedroom. I was temporarily sleeping in the guest bedroom downstairs, and my brother had the bedroom we shared all to himself. That bedroom was right above the guest bedroom. In the hallway, outside the guest bedroom, there was a sideboard with shelves on top and drawers below, and on those shelves was an old mantel clock. It looked a lot like someone cut off the very top of the part of a typical grandfather clock, and it was small enough to fit neatly on a shelf. The clock had to be wound every so often with a special key, which was kept in one of the drawers below, and when it was properly wound, the small pendulum would swing back and forth to keep the clock going. My dad loved this clock, and while he was still alive, he made sure to wind it so that way it never stopped. After his death, though, my mother never wound the clock again, and it eventually stopped, so this clock had been completely silent for years. Late one night, I was trying to go to sleep, but the pain of my injured shoulder was keeping me awake. Plus, as a kid, I had terrible anxiety. Even with the bedroom door closed to help me feel more secure, I wasn't comfortable sleeping in the unfamiliar soundings of the guest bedroom and being the only person downstairs. Just as I was finally feeling like I might be able to sleep, I heard something in the hallway outside the bedroom door. I was immediately freaked out and wide awake because my mother and brother were still upstairs. The stairs in this house were very squeaky, and I knew for a fact I had not heard anyone walking down them. It sounded as though someone or something was messing around with the sideboard. First, I heard a drawer open and then shut. After that, I heard a loud click, followed by a strange sort of grinding sound. Then there were a couple more clicks, and suddenly the clock that hadn't made a sound in years started ticking. That sound I heard before wasn't grinding, it was winding. Someone took the key out of the drawer, opened the clock, wound it, and started the pendulum. Apparently, they also put the key back in the drawer where it belonged, because that's where we found it later. At this point, 11-year-old me was not only wide awake, but I was also scared as hell and hiding as far beneath my covers as I could go with a broken shoulder. After all, when you're a child, covers are magical and repel all evil things, right? The next thing I heard was someone walking up the stairs. Then, everything was quiet for a short while. Soon, though, I heard footsteps moving around all over upstairs. I even heard someone directly above me open and close the creaky sliding closet doors in my bedroom. After that, I clearly heard footsteps come down the stairs, and someone opened and then closed the door to the guest room where I was struggling to breathe inside my deep, dark covers cave. Soon after that, the footsteps returned up the stairs, and finally all was silent. Except for one thing. The clock continued with its relentless tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Eventually, sleep caught up with me, and I didn't wake until my mother came to check on me in the morning. While we were eating breakfast that morning, my mother looked at me and paused for a long time. Finally, she asked, "Were you up and walking around last night?" I told her I was not, and then I described to her all of the noises that I heard. My mother told me she heard noises during the night too, and she searched all over the house to see who it was. It was her walking all around upstairs, opening and closing the squeaky closet, coming down the stairs, opening and closing the guest bedroom door, and going back up the stairs again. So, who made the other sounds we both heard first, we wondered, and why was the clock ticking? Suddenly, my mother's eyes grew wide. "Oh my goodness," she said. "Last night was the anniversary of the night that your dad died. I think it must have been him trying to let us know that he's still watching over us." And with that, we both went to look at the clock, which was still ticking. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. "Thanks, Dad. Message received. We love you too, and we miss you." I can't get that old lady's mouth and teeth out of my head. The reason I'm writing this now, and not before, is because I was only reminded of this the other day. I was driving to the store with my son, and he wanted me to listen to a song. I don't even remember the words. I just remember that the tune brought me back to a place I had tucked away in my memory and hopes to be forgotten. Now, I can't get that old lady's mouth out of my head. This happened in 1987. I'm sure about the date because of the Whittier earthquake. It just so happens that at that very moment, I was painting a wall on the dining room a different color when it hit, and I ended up streaking paint across the wall as I ran over to hold our overly large fish tank from falling on this stupidly flimsy stand it was on. This took place in Hacienda Heights, California. My boyfriend at the time wasn't really welcome at my mother's house because she couldn't shake this bad feeling about him. So being young and dumb, I moved out of her house and into a place I'd found down the street with him. I wish I had listened to her. It was a small, one-bedroom bungalow. At first, we were getting along just fine, but it seemed like things changed as the months passed and we started fighting more. I thought it was odd that I, Susie Homemaker, didn't even want to make that house a home. It was just a weird vibe about the place, and it got darker the longer we stayed. As you walk in the partial glass front door, on the left side, there were two white window pane doors on the built-in bookcases on both sides of the fireplace. Then, the dining room, and in the back was the kitchen. The bedroom was on the right. We couldn't afford a bed frame, so our full-side mattress was on the floor under the window, and that was the only thing in there besides the clock. There was an uneasiness in that bedroom that I couldn't put my finger on. I felt very depressed in there. No, little things happened throughout the house from the moment we moved in. We just laughed it off until it was no longer fun. I seemed to like when we were at odds with each other and intensified in a dark way. Oftentimes, my boyfriend would just leave and I was alone, sometimes for days, and I thought that he did it on purpose because he knew I was scared to be there alone. At first, I was fine, not scared of anything until one of those nights I was sleeping and I was jolted up by an extremely loud bang that left my ears ringing. I jumped up and at first looked out the front window, thinking it was something outside, but the streets were still. I checked the house, but there was nothing out of place. The next night, it happened again, louder than before. Only this time, I glanced at the clock before checking the house, and it was 5 a.m. on the dot, and my room was freezing. I tried to go back to sleep, but I heard muffled wails of a woman. I literally had to lift my head from the pillow to listen, but no one was around. The next day, my boyfriend came home, and within a few words and some hand-picked flowers, all was stupidly forgiven. I told him what had happened, that he had shrugged it off, telling me that it could have been a backfire or the pipes, and I bought it. One early evening, after dinner, we were going to watch TV on the couch in the living room. Excused myself to go to the bathroom. I kept hearing him yelling out things at me, but I couldn't really make what he was saying out. I opened the door and looked at him like, what? Then he turned white, crawling backwards on the couch with his big eyes, and then leaped up and ran into the kitchen looking around and checking the back door. He came out saying that the door was locked from the inside. After he calmed down, and I can understand him, he told me that he was talking to me in the kitchen and asked me why I put a granny house dress on, was asking for snacks. I was getting a bit upset that I didn't answer him. I had no answers. There had been a few times we both saw him looked like a teenage boy sitting on the front stoop, sometimes holding his head in his hands, but when we approached him, it was like he was never there. I pointed out faces in the glass panes of the bookcase that looked like they'd been talking was following the watching TV. They were just reflections of something that wasn't in the room, with their features outlined by the flickering light from the TV. But after a while, the faces became more defined. In the beginning, my boyfriend thought I was making it up until he saw it for himself. We heard banging on the bathroom door, like with someone's fists, even when we were in there, and an older guy's voice saying, come on, sending us running outside a couple nuts. Then, feeling stupid, sitting outside, so we went in and stayed spooked for the rest of the day. I called the landlord to ask him if something had happened there, or can he make it stop? But before I could even open my mouth, he was asking if I was calling to complain about something he had no control over. In the background, I heard his wife say, "Is that the young couple? They want to move, do they?" There goes another one. He sounded like this had happened to him a lot before, so that really got my blood boiling. Why would they rent this place to us without even a heads up? Realizing that they would be of no immediate help, and just hung up. I could not move. I had no money. My mother for sure wouldn't let me move back in as long as I was with him. We lived there for at least 4 months when our relationship started spinning out of control. He was being forceful, demanding, and drinking a lot more. One night, he asked me to pick him up, so I did, and I somehow ended up with a broken arm because I didn't want to drive my car drunk. I had to beg him to shift gears so I could drive to the ER because he was tired, and after the hospital, I was exhausted. I just wanted to sleep, so I went to the bedroom, locked the outfit away on the couch, and watched him. The next thing I know, he's grabbing his stuff, saying that he's not staying there anymore, and walking out, leaving me there by myself with a broken arm. Wow. I remember that it was a warm night, but it was raining, so I laid on the couch with only the screen door closed so I could hear the rain. The lights went out, freaking me out even more, so I put candles on the coffee table and one on the bookcase and sat back down on the couch. I was too scared to sleep in the bedroom. I sat there and saw those faces. One was an old lady. She was frowning, and her mouth was moving like she was trying to over-enunciate to tell me something or yell at me. Her face got bigger, like she was coming closer to the glass, and then back. She kept waving her finger at me. Her gray hair was straight and put back with a headband. Her mouth was just going on, opening and closing, and the candlelight glistened on her bottom teeth. Her teeth looked a little, I don't know, long and old. If that makes any sense. There was a middle-aged man who didn't look directly at me. He looked aggravated, but not at me, more like everything and everyone. Then, a crying teenager. His face was so full of despair, I can make out the words, please, and no, no, no. And then he put his hand on his face, looking at and brought tears to my eyes. My heart felt so very heavy. It dawned on me that this was the kid on our doorsteps. I must have sat there for hours with the blankets up to my nose until the lights came on and I fell asleep. The next morning, I walked down to the corner store and called my mother and was happy to find out that I was ready to come home. Before I handed over the keys, my mother had some words with the landlord. He had told her that he had had the place blessed before I moved in, and he was hoping that it had worked. He also told my mom that he had bought the place already haunted. All he knew from dating was that it was 2 bungalows together, but one burnt down. The one I was renting was the one where an old lady lived, and his grown son came on hard times because he was an alcoholic. He lost his wife and couldn't keep a job, so he and his teenage son moved into her place with her. His son was so unstable that he found a gun in the house and shot himself in the bedroom, and his grandmother died from a heart attack not long after. He didn't know what happened to the man. Talk about a roundabout. I don't know why that tune, or maybe the light reflecting off of the rain on my windshield, made me think about that old lady's mouth, but it did. Now I understand a little more as to why I don't like reflective things in my own. I lived in a haunted house for 4 years, and it was hell. I grew up in southern Pennsylvania, not far from Gettysburg. When I was 8 years old, my parents decided to build a house on vacant property, surrounded by fields, and it was beautiful. I lived with both of my parents and my 2 older brothers, who were 15 and 17 at the time. Though I grew up in the area, we only stayed in this house for 4 years. My first night there was not what I expected it to be. I was laying in my bed and had just closed my eyes. Then I hear a voice that sounded like a soft whisper about 6 inches from my face say, "Help," over and over, just repeating the same word until I fell asleep. I tried my best to forget about it because I thought there was no way the house could be haunted. It was brand new. About a month goes by, and I'm sitting down on my bed, doing what I used to love doing most, which was read. I glanced up and looked at my doorway because I saw something out of the corner of my eye. At that moment, I had officially seen a full-body apparition, what appeared to be a soldier from the 1800s, but he didn't see me. He was just walking by my room very slowly. I still remember every detail of his appearance 20 years later. He was covered in blood and looked like he had been shot or stabbed. This lasted for about 5 seconds. Still being creeped out, my curiosity for the best of me, and I walked out of the room and searched all in the house but found nothing unusual. About a week or 2 goes by, and I'm in my bed trying to fall asleep yet again, only to be disturbed, before I even had the chance to close my eyes, by this voice that was very deep and masculine. I couldn't understand a word it was saying because it was speaking in a different language. It sounded annoyed and angry. It happened every night at the exact same time for 2 weeks before it suddenly stopped. After that, I had a night terror. I'm absolutely terrified of spiders. I had woken up in the middle of the night and I could see what looked like a tarantula crawling on me in bed. I swear it was there. I definitely saw it. I was panicking. My dad came in the room to check on me, found out everything was okay. Before I could fall asleep, I heard what sounded like two men laughing right next to my bed. At this point, I was getting used to fucked up shit happening. One summer, I stayed up late every night so I could watch Hannah Montana at midnight. One night, when the clock struck midnight, I heard my back door downstairs open. Then I would hear a woman say my name as if she was calling for me. I'd hear the door shut, followed by footsteps, then there would be silence. It happened every night for almost 2 months. It never failed. It didn't even bother me at that point. I knew it wasn't my mother because she worked 12-hour shifts at the hospital almost every night. There were no other females around. But one night, it stopped altogether. I was up at midnight and nobody had called my name. I went to sleep and everything felt peaceful. I woke up to the sound of someone knocking on my bedroom door. I looked at the clock in my cable box and it was 3 a.m. I assumed it was one of my brothers and told them to go away. But then, the doorknob started turning. But it wouldn't open because the door was locked. I have always slept with my bedroom door open. Always. And I definitely wasn't the one who locked it. The knocking and doorknob rattling went on for what felt like forever, then it stopped. A few minutes later, I hear what sounds like scratching at the door. I think to myself, what the fuck? Is that my cat? But then the knocking, scratching, and turning of the handle started happening at the exact same time. No way in hell my cat could do all three at once, let alone the knocking and turning my doorknob. It would happen for about 30 seconds, then it would stop. It happened at least 5 times. Sometimes the knocking would be so hard it sounded like pounding and my whole door was shaking. Whatever was on the other side of that door really wanted to come in. It got so bad it woke my dad up. He heard all of the commotion, and as soon as he opened his bedroom door, it all stopped instantly. He called out to me, but I was too afraid to say anything. He went back in his room and closed the door, but the same scenario repeated itself 3 more times. My dad made me sleep in his room. We never spoke about it ever. Things seemed to be fine for a while. Then, whatever was in my house struck again. My brother had got up to go to the bathroom. He turned the hallway light on, noticed my bedroom door was closed, as it was across the hall from the bathroom. He comes out of the bathroom, and the hallway light is off, and my bedroom door was wide open. He looked inside my room and saw me still sleeping. Everyone else in the house was sleeping. He woke my dad and my brother told them what had happened, and they searched the house for a possible intruder, but found nothing. More months go by, then we're all awoken by our smoke detector going off in the middle of the night. We all go downstairs in a panic just to find out our stove was on. Full blast. Big ass flame on top of the stove. In the middle of the night. What the fuck? One day, it was just my father and I. My mom was at work as usual. My oldest brother was at work, and my other brother was at baseball practice. I'm downstairs, but I hear what sounded like somebody running upstairs. Forgetting that both of my brothers are home, I go up the stairs and see someone running to my brother's room and slam the door. It was loud. I thought for sure it was my brother, and I wanted to go in there and see what he was up to and why he would be running around like that. I opened the door, and nobody was there. I watched the door close right in front of me. I felt sick to my stomach just standing there, realizing the only other person that was home with me was my father and was in the shower. I continued to see weird shit all of the time. One day, in the middle of the day, I saw my German Shepherd run upstairs full blast as if she was chasing something, but I didn't see why she was chasing. Whatever it was went into the bed, and she was viciously growling at it. I thought it was my cat until I saw Hen sitting on top of the bed, who appeared to be sleeping until we bursted in. One night, my cousin was spending the night. We were walking through the living room when she saw the reflection of another person on the glass of our big bookcase. Another time, we were in my backyard and she told me she saw somebody looking at us through the window on a few occasions, and it definitely wasn't anybody we knew. My brothers almost never had friends over, so that was not a possibility. I remember one day, I was walking down the basement stairs. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I saw what looked like another apparition. Except the apparition looked exactly like my oldest brother, but it also didn't look human. He was almost white and blue, and his eyes were pure black. When he saw me, his eyes got really big, and he looked terrified and ran away and went into the crawl space. I ran my ass upstairs to find out that my brother wasn't even home. I never went back down there after that. A few months later, I was with the same brother, and we were in the living room watching George Lopez late at night. I'm into the show that he muted the TV. He looked at me and said, "Did you hear that?" I told him, "No, I didn't hear anything." We sat still for a minute, and then I heard it. Together, we both heard footsteps coming up the basement stairs. My brother grabbed a baseball bat and we went to the basement to investigate, but to no avail. The rest of our family was sleeping upstairs. The next night, my mom was up late at night, sitting at the dining room table, doing whatever it was that she was doing. Around 3 a.m., the shelf in the dining room wall flew off the wall and put a hole in the wall that was adjacent to Lynn. We looked at the nails in the wall that held up the shelf, and they were still perfectly straight. We moved out of the house when I was 12. I still experience paranormal things, but not anything that comes close to what we dealt with in that house. I believe there were a lot of spirits, and I'd love to know about what happened there previously to cause so much activity. We were a regular church-going family, so I'm sure if there was anything demonic there, it just pisses it off even more. What do you think it could have been? Ghosts? Demons? Poltergeists? All of the above? What's your story? Real Ouija board experience brought 27 spirits to my house. I wrote this article last year when my university was asking for real experience or encounters with ghosts. It's long, but worth the read. Trust me. I will never again touch a Ouija board. This is all real. In 2017, 5 of my friends and I moved into our new house to find we weren't the only ones living there. We'd been looking forward to moving in for almost a year. Second year meant no more cafeteria food, dons, or public bathrooms. Only 6 friends living together. We quickly made the house our home, decorating the walls and hosting a few too many housewarming parties. We felt safe, happy, and comfortable in our new place. Shortly after settling in, my housemates and I heard inexplicable sounds throughout the house. We'd hear the shower's sliding door move on its own, footstep sounds from the upstairs, and the front door open and close. Shortly after settling in, my housemates and I heard inexplicable sounds throughout the house. We were suspicious of the sounds, but quick to brush them off and continue with our lives. That was until the evening of October 25th. While all 6 of us were sitting around the dinner table, a pan on the stove began to rock back and forth on its own. We tried to play it off as normal, but nothing could explain the shaking. We decided we'd had enough. We had to get to the bottom of these strange occurrences. 10 minutes later, we lit candles and set up a homemade Ouija board in the middle of our table. To use a Ouija board, each player lightly places one finger on the planchette, a wooden shrine used for these ceremonies, and questions the ruined spirits. If one is contacted successfully, the planchette moves itself around the board and spells out words or numbers to answer questions. "Is anyone here?" we asked the board. No response. We asked again and again, but still, no response. After a couple more tries, the planchette dragged itself to the word "yes" written on a piece of paper. Once we were sure there was something there, we continued to ask questions and find out who exactly we were talking to. "What's your name?" we asked. Slowly but surely, the planchette moved to the letters A, D, and Y, until it spelled out Adesop. My housemates and I continued to communicate with him for a few minutes until we felt we were no longer speaking to Adesop. We asked if there was another presence with us, and turns out there was. This time, the spirit's name was Pam, a 3-year-old good spirit, according to her. Realizing there was more than one spirit with us, we asked the board how many there were in our presence. The planchette slid to the number 8. With news of our 8 additional roommates in mind, we decided that was enough for one night and stopped the game. After looking up the standard conditions of using Ouija boards, my housemates and I discovered we'd broken some of the rules with our first try. Ouija boards are supposed to open the connection to the spirit world, attracting and inviting spirits from all over. They shouldn't be played at home. If you play where you live and connect with a malevolent spirit, it can stay in your house. Spirits can't be trusted. A spirit can take possession of players and gain access to their mind. The next night, we decided to break out the Ouija board and play again. This time, when we asked how many spirits were with us, the answer was 17. After asking who was with us a few times, we compiled a list of names. Nudu, Burr, Luca, Nat, and Corey, to name a few. When asking whether or not they had good intentions, Nudu was one of the few that replied no. I suggested asking Nudu if he had taken possession of any of us. He answered no, until it got to my housemate, Emily, and the planchette quickly swiveled over to yes. We put Nudu's answer to the test by asking personal questions about Emily, only she'd know. How many concussions has Emily had? I asked. The planchette made its way over to the number 4. We looked over at Emily, who had a look of horror on her face. Nudu was right. While Nudu answered the rest of our questions correctly, we couldn't rule out the fact that Emily's hand was on the planchette. Maybe she was purposefully or subconsciously guiding it in a certain direction. We told Emily to take her hand off the board to stay where she was. Then we asked, "What is Emily's brother's girlfriend's last name?" None of us knew the answer. The board replied. We looked over at Emily and she confirmed that it was the right name. We were all in disbelief. A few of my housemates decided that they were done playing and lifted their fingers off the board. Without even asking a question, the planchette moved to the corner of the board. With only 3 remaining fingers on the edges of the shot glass planchette, we could have never made that happen on our round. Although that was the last time we ever played Ouija, the story doesn't end there. The following weeks were bad. My housemates and I were constantly uneasy in our home and got especially nervous at night. We all felt as though we were being watched. We saw dark shadows in the corners of our rooms and suffered from horrible nightmares. Emily would often wake up in the middle of the night screaming for help, convinced she saw a figure in front of her. One night, while I was lying in bed, I heard a noise coming from my window like someone running nails up and down my wooden blinds. After too many sleepless nights, we decided to hire a medium. We showed the medium around our home and told her what had happened. Although we didn't tell her where we felt the dark spirit, she was able to identify the exact spots we felt their presence most. When the medium described the characteristics of the spirit she sent, it was exactly the type of presence I'd felt. We'd all agreed the spirit was an adult male in his late 20s or 30s. He was a bit of a loader. Was the status off? She helped us remove the presence by lighting sage and encouraging him to go towards the light. We truly felt better afterwards. I no longer saw dark shadows in the corner of my room and stopped feeling like I was being watched at night. We thought the spirit listened to us, complied with the medium's instructions, and left. About a week later, when dropping off the payment for the sessions, the medium told us something that stays with me today. The spirit she'd helped us get rid of was now following her. Although this happened almost a year ago, there's still rarely a day that goes by where I don't think about these events in one way or another. Lesson my 2 boys taught me a year after they died. In 1989, my 2 beautiful boys, ages 7 and 9, were playing in the yard when an intoxicated man decided to drive his car, fell asleep, and took their lives. My world changed at that moment. Family drama with shame and blame didn't help, but I made it through the necessary acts to bury my boys. I froze up. I simply froze up. I took a leave of absence from my job as an RN in a hospital, and my supervisor was so understanding and supportive. At home, I had paint and was covered with windows to let no light in, and I sat in darkness for a year, never leaving the house. My friends were wonderful. They fed me. They went shopping and brought me food. I ordered pizza. I sat in the dark, not knowing if it was night or day. My friends never pushed me to do more than I could. They just fed me, visited, brought groceries and items I needed, and let me work myself out of being frozen. A year later, I was watching a talk show one morning. I didn't have cable, so I had to only watch local stations. I was lying on the living room sofa and noticed some sparkling lights up in the corner of the room. I thought it was an electrical fire and sat up quickly to get a better view. It looked like sparklers burning, lots of them. Beautiful white lights growing larger and larger in number until they were about a yard wide and 2 feet tall. A bundle of thousands of white, silver-like sparkles flashing brightly. From this light source, I clearly heard the voices of 2 men, maybe both upper 20s in age, who were very articulate, well-educated, and professional. They both took turns talking to me very abruptly and sternly, with force, meaning, and impatience. It was like I was being severely reprimanded. In part, they said, "You have been holding us back from very important business we must attend to. We cannot do the work we need to do, which is so important, as you are constantly holding us back. We cannot allow this to continue. You have to let go of us so we can move into our jobs and do the work we are supposed to be doing. Your constant attachment and holding on have stifled our ability to work, and what we need to do is so very important. You just have to let go and let us move on. You are in the way of the great work we are assigned to do." I was being sternly spoken to by my 2 boys, who now sounded like young executives. The only nice thing they said to me was that one of them said, "We appreciate what you did for us, but now you just have to let us go." I was berated on, like I was in court or in trouble at work in an HR meeting. It was not pleasant, but it got my attention immediately. I replied, "I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Yes, of course I'll let you do what you need to do. I miss you both so much, but I had no idea I was holding you back from what you needed to be doing. It was like being pulled over by the cops and told I did something wrong and I was trying to make it right. I admitted I was holding on to them, but had no idea it was causing them grief from where they are now." Their voices stopped, and the sparkling light diminished in size and brightness to just being a plain corner of the wall. I put my hand on that spot. It felt like a normal wall. I got in the shower, got cleaned up, had to call someone to jump my car as it's not been started in over a year, and drove to my old workplace to put in an application again. My supervisor had moved on. I did a quick interview and got hired again. I started orientation the next day. The encounter with my 2 boys was a jolt to my system. I went from frozen to thawed quickly. My deep mourning for my sons immediately changed to missing them in a healthy way. There was no thinking about it. The stern talking I got, the lecture, the demand that I let them move on, let me move on, too. Giving them their freedom to do the work they have to do gave me the freedom to do the work I have to do still, too. I enjoyed letting the light back into my house as I slowly started using a razor blade to scrape the paint off the windows. It took months, but it was so healing to turn from darkness to light again. Hospice concepts were coming to America at that time from the UK. I followed up with a local hospice, and soon I was the charge nurse for a 10-bed inpatient unit for terminally ill patients. I was a hospice RN for 17 years, including 5 years as a pediatric hospice nurse. The loss of my children gave me the insight to support others who were transitioning into their next life or career, as I see it now. I had many amazing experiences with many of my patients spreading their wings and practicing moving on before and after their deaths. My experience with my boys gave me the strength to support my dying patients and the family and friends they were leaving behind. I've not seen my boys since. I don't want to distract them from the work they need to do. That lecture I got that day was enough. Of course, I think of them so often, never clinging, but now knowing they matured, grew up, and have important work they do that is valuable to them wherever they are, that makes me smile. I hope my story can brighten someone else's day. We go on, there is no end. David Parker. I did an interview about being a hospice RN and some of the spirit encounters I've had, including this story about my boys. I know I'm not allowed to provide the link. It's on YouTube. My late husband and I met in 1990 at the laboratory we both worked for. Neither of us believed in the paranormal, and in fact, we were both atheists. I still am. However, I now believe that our consciousness continues after bodily death. Here's what changed my mind. In 1995, my late husband and I moved into our home in Seattle. The house was built in 1926 and had not been renovated at all, other than the appliances. A few years after we moved in, I decided we should put an exercise room in the huge basement, as our home was too small to put equipment anywhere else. Missing objects. Around that time, I started to notice that things would go missing, and then we would find those things in very weird places. For example, my husband was cooking and I was in the tub. He came in and asked if I had taken the measuring cup. I had gotten into the bath before he started cooking and had not budged. He said he had it right next to him and had turned away to do something, but when he turned back, it was gone. I got out of the tub, put my robe on, and went into the living room, next to the kitchen. My eye caught sight of the fireplace mantle's glass cabinet door, which was ajar. The measuring cup was on the top shelf in the cabinet. I thought my husband was playing some prank on me, but he swore he did not do it. Keys and small items also started to go missing, then turn up right where I left them, and sometimes in places that made no sense. And then there was the toilet paper. We had several cats, one of whom liked to pee on the bath mat. So we religiously kept the door shut. It was a habit, and neither of us ever left it open. It was muscle memory for both of us. But starting around the time we began renovating, every few weeks, sometimes months, I would open the door to the bathroom to find that the toilet paper had been unrolled in a chevron pattern all the way across the floor. Even if it somehow unrolled on its own, there was no way it would be in a pattern all across the bathroom. It was then that we began to suspect that someone was living with us. La Posada, Santa Fe. I made a reservation at La Posada in Santa Fe, so we could go there for a long weekend. It was purportedly haunted, and I wanted to see if anything similar would happen somewhere else. Now this part still blows me away. One day, I came home early from work and flipped on the TV. An episode of Unsolved Mysteries was on, and the hotel I was going to was being featured. The show was at least 10 years old, and it was on a channel I rarely watched. It was about the ghost of La Posada. I was shocked at the coincidence. I was going there that weekend. Right then, my friend calls me and says he just turned on his TV, and it was on Unsolved Mysteries and was showing my hotel room. He had also come home early and did not watch this channel. We were both dumbfounded by the coincidence. When we went on the trip, all was quiet the first night, and I was fine with it, though maybe a little disappointed. We were staying in Julia's room in the main house. The property is quite spread out, and most of the guest rooms are individual casitas built all over the property. My mom and stepdad had met us there, but they were staying in one of the casitas, about 10 minutes away. The main building where we were staying had a restaurant, a bar, and a game room on the first level. Guest rooms were on the second and third levels. The hotel had been a grand home built in the mid-1800s by a wealthy merchant named Joseph Staub. Sadly, his wife, Julia, was mentally ill and really went downhill after the death of one of her children. So she was kept in her room, as it was common to do back then, so the children wouldn't be stigmatized and their chances at a good marriage would be compromised. Her spirit is apparently quite active. On our second night, we were all playing board games and smoking cigars in the game room after dinner. This was directly below Julia's room. A waitress walked by my dad and spilled a drink on him, so my husband said he would go get one of his own shirts for him to change into since my stepdad's casita was a good distance away. My husband left, but then came back less than a minute later. He was very excited, and he told us we had to come to the room. I grabbed a staff member to come with us, just in case. When we walked in, I knew why he was so excited. The room was just reeking of rose perfume. I mean, it was so strong that I had to step out to catch my breath. I asked the staff member if anyone had gone into our room. She said no, they were not allowed to do that unless it was housekeeping, but this was 9 o'clock at night. She then told us, Julia gets upset when people smoke cigars, and this happens when she smells the smoke. We have been taping the room just in case there was any activity, but we saw nothing. Nobody else had entered the room since we had gone downstairs for dinner. Coming home, and the big night. When my husband and I returned from our trip to La Posada, activity in our home ramped up dramatically. Most notably, the unraveled toilet paper prank happened more often. Now, I know you may be thinking that my husband was doing this, and I considered that, but it would have been very difficult to pull off. And he was out of town a lot, and activity happened even then. I should note that we had one bathroom on the first floor. Our bedroom was on the second floor, next to my office. One night, we went out to dinner with some friends on a Sunday evening. We got home at about 10 p.m. We were both pretty tired, so we decided to go straight to bed as it was a school night. I went into the bathroom to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. Nothing was amiss. He got ready for bed too, so we turned off the lights downstairs and went up the stairs. He was right behind me. I ran to the bed and jumped over the footboard. At the exact moment I landed, the TV turned on. It was on some obscure channel that we had not been watching. We had watched SNL the night before. Not only was it on a different channel, but it was playing an old scary movie I remembered watching as a kid, called Don't Look Now. I couldn't believe it was playing. I hadn't seen it in many years, but my husband didn't care about the movie. He wanted to know how I turned the TV on. I said I must have landed on the remote and started looking around myself for it. Then he told me not to bother. He pointed to his nightstand, and there it was, a good 15 feet away from him, and about 6 feet from me. I knew he didn't turn it on because our TV was a PS, and the on-off button, if it was on the box, was well hidden enough that I had never laid eyes on it. There was a plastic flap or cover at the base of it, and I found out later that you had to reach in underneath it to get to the on-off button. Weird, I know, but that's how it was built. I just used the remote and never really thought about it. I asked my husband how he turned it on without the remote. I honestly wanted to know, but he insisted he didn't do it. And because he didn't have the remote and was nowhere near the TV, I believed him. He was visibly shaken. It still had not sunken for me. He didn't turn it on, and I didn't turn it on. It was on a different channel. I could only surmise it must be some electronic malfunction, and I blew it off. He did not. I grabbed the remote and studied it for a few minutes, trying to find a stuck button or some logical explanation. But it looked fine, and I used it to turn off the TV. My husband had terrible PTSD from his days in the army, and he said that someone must be in the house. He decided to do a full sweep and started to head downstairs. Not being a total moron, I told him I would come with him. On our way out of the bedroom, I tossed the remote onto the bed. When we walked into the kitchen, we were shocked. All the lights were on, and all the cabinets were open. He was starting to really freak out, and so was I. I now agreed that someone must be in the house, but remembering the toilet paper incidents, my mind started to think it may be something else. We left the kitchen and went into the living room. The light was on in there too, and the chandelier was swinging wildly. I had never seen anything like it. I went over to it and reached up to stop it from moving. As I reached up, I felt a buzzing sensation in my body, kind of like static electricity. That could have been my nerves, but to this day, it remains the strangest sensation I have ever had. We decided to continue through the house, and he said he was going to check out the basement. We walked down the hall to the basement door, and I told him to hang on because we had walked past the closed bathroom door, and I wanted to see if someone was in there. I cracked open the door, turned on the light, and saw that the toilet paper was once again unrolled in a chevron pattern across the floor. I quickly shut the door. My husband opened the basement door and started to go down the stairs. When he let out a yelp, he quickly did an about-face and came right back up again. He was pale and shaking and said something cold had just gone through his body. He was really upset, and I had never seen him so frightened. We only had one more room to go, so I told him I'd go in by myself. It was our guest bedroom, and it was just a few feet down from the basement door. I reached over to turn the knob, and all of the door hardware fell out. I was left holding a doorknob, staring at the floor where everything else had fallen. I do not know why, but that was probably the most jolting part of it so far for me. How could all the hardware have been loosened just enough to fall when the knob was turned? Someone had to be able to manipulate it just enough to stay on, but also enough that it would fall when the knob was twisted. When the door opened, nothing in the room itself looked off, so we decided to go back to our bedroom to try to calm down and get some sleep. He was behind me as we went back upstairs, and when we walked back into the bedroom, the TV was on again. I know I turned it off, and I know he has not been in the room since we left it. He had been in my line of vision the entire time. Whatever had been done, all the stuff downstairs had been in our room again. I went to the bed to get the remote, but I could not find it anywhere. I scoured that room, looked in drawers, under the bed, pulled the covers off, but found nothing. My husband thought I might have taken it downstairs, so we reluctantly decided to go back down to look for it. I guess we could have just unplugged the TV, but I wanted to know where that remote was. He walked out of the room, and as I was following him, I caught sight of something shiny in the cat litter box. It was a covered box, but the light was hitting something metallic. So I went over and took the cover off. It was the remote control. Yes, my TV remote was buried in the used litter box. After everything else that happened that night, this put me over the top. Someone was clearly having fun scaring us, and they were there right now. And I could not see them. It was less of a fear of ghosts than it was a fear that came about from knowing that I was visible to someone who was not visible. That was it for the night, though, and we went to bed without further incident. Not that I slept a whole lot. Other miscellaneous incidents. Another time, I remember going to my office, also upstairs, and getting this feeling like someone was with me in the room. My husband was on yet another business trip, so I was sure there were no other humans in the house. The house was very quiet, and I just had this strange feeling. On a lark, I said, "If you were able to hear and understand me, please go do the toilet paper thing. I'll give you a few minutes before I go downstairs to check. That will let me know if you are real or if my husband is pranking me." After 5 minutes or so, I went down to check, and you probably know what happened. I opened the door, and the toilet paper was laid out in a chevron pattern across the floor. Again. So now I was alone with an invisible someone. And I knew that whoever this was could understand me and communicate with me. I still have no idea if he or she was there all the time or just popped in for mayhem once in a while. It's not like something happens every day or even every week. But enough happened at that house to change my entire worldview. Other people. I will add to this post that I had a housekeeper come every week, and one time I was outside gardening when she came over. My husband was out of town. About an hour went by, and she ran out, looking panicked. She asked if I had been inside, and I told her I hadn't. When I asked why she wanted to know, she said that she and her sister had been upstairs cleaning the bedroom when they heard the utensil drawer in the kitchen open and slam shut over and over. She thought that someone had broken in, because I am a very chill person, and she didn't think it was me. I then decided to tell her. When I did, she just said, "Oh, that makes sense now." We had wondered if that was what was going on. Apparently, my ghost liked to play pranks on her too. But she was accepting of it and said that in Mexico it wasn't a big deal like it is here in the USA. She still works for me, 20 years later. There is even more to this, but I have already posted a huge one here. If you want to read the rest, my website is ghostability.com. The house that no one wanted to enter. I have posted other stories about my time doing trauma scene cleaning. I was asked to post another story, and while not a typical ghost story in the normal sense, it was something of an oddity. Back then, I managed a crew that went into buildings where homicide, suicide, and other ways people had died or were seriously injured caused a need for our services. We would do our best to sterilize the environment, not just removing biohazards, but making it visually sterilized, so that if anyone walked into the building, it would just look like a construction or remodeling project. This particular call was during a stormy day, dark and gloomy, right out of a scene from any scary movie that you can imagine. Off in the distance, the rumble of thunder, heavy rain, and cold. We get a dispatch call to a home on the hillsides of a neighborhood, a part of a larger city. For privacy reasons, I will not say which city, but this particular area I was not too familiar with. It seemed like a really, really rich neighborhood in an area where you would expect wealthy individuals to live. The dispatch said that a representative was going to meet us on site to release the property to us. I believe the guy we met was an attorney or a real estate broker. He signed the paperwork. We walked inside, and he said anything we needed to dispose of was fine, just keep a record. He gave me his fax number and said just fax the invoice for our services and any paperwork, and his office will take care of anything we need. He handed us the keys and said to just lock the door from inside and mail the keys back when we were done. My crew starts setting up, suiting up, and getting ready to do what needs to be done. I go back out to my truck and start to get ready. We normally used to take 35mm photos of before and after. Prior to this, we used to use those old Polaroid instant cameras, but we switched to 35mm film cameras for quality. We did this not for taking photos of gore but for documentation and to cover our butts, as we had one case where our crew was accused of theft. It turned out not to be true, and the missing item was taken by a family member before we arrived. The house. Well, like I said, it was in a very wealthy neighborhood in the hillsides of a very rich neighborhood. It looked well kept from outside. I remember the driveway being one of those that you can drive in on one side, and it looped around back to the street like a U-shaped driveway, but it swerved as it went up to the house. I'm not sure if you can picture that in your head, but it was a long driveway anyway. It was a very large 3-story home, and since it was on a hillside, you enter the house on the middle level. There was one level down and one level up. Inside, my crew was a little confused. We were used to seeing fresh blood and fresh damage like bullet holes, broken doors, and typical murder scenes. Yes, this house was the scene of a murder. I never got information on who was murdered or how many deaths occurred. The representative of the house didn't state anything. It was strictly business. Sign here, send me an invoice, and that's it. Since he already stated that it was okay to dispose of anything needed and just make inventory, there was really no need to go into details about anything else. My crew eventually enters the master bedroom, and you can tell this is where it happened. The very odd thing was that it wasn't a new crime scene. It probably happened about a decade or more ago. My crew consisted of 3 crew members and myself. 2 of them started getting the creeps almost immediately. They were newer crew members, so it's kind of expected that the new guys get creeped out at scenes. I noticed they did whatever they could to stay out of the house and run back to our trucks in the stormy weather to take trash or get supplies. Having done this job for more than 6 years at this point, I know the scene isn't fresh. The dried blood had almost turned black, but what really stuck out was the age of everything inside the home. It was half emptied. Like most of the furniture that you would expect to be there wasn't in that bedroom. It was like they left it sometime in the late 1970s or early 1980s. I remember thinking about how old everything looked in contrast to the outside. The outside looked like it was kept up very well, but inside there was a layer of dust, and some areas had cobweb webs like you would see in some creepy movie. We noticed that the blood may have leaked to the floor below, so we went to inspect where the blood had pooled up at one time and to see if it went through the downstairs. We located a dark spot in the ceiling below the master bedroom. The room below was like a den/bar area. I told my crew we were going to have to remove all the carpet in the master bedroom and maybe the subfloor, clean the studs, and remove the drywall and insulation in the ceiling below. We also noticed that it had leaked down to the floor in the den below, so we removed a portion of the wood flooring below as well. During our work, a car drove up the driveway and flashed its lights at us. I went out, thinking it might be the representative. I went outside to meet with the car and see what he wanted. I go out and notice it's not the same guy but an older gentleman, probably in his 70s, in a very nice Mercedes. Almost immediately, he starts yelling at me, like, "What the hell are we doing here?" I let him finish and tried my best to explain why we are here. I told him I could show him the dispatch paper and the signature, but if he wanted to call the police, I would wait here with him for them to arrive and check us out. I think that by saying that I put him at ease, he glanced at the paper and said something like, "Why are you here today? Why now?" I can't really go into detail, but just say that we are there to clean up after an accident. He looks at me confused, and he says that the house has been empty for many, many years. I told him well, and we were called out to clean up and remove damages. He looked at me very seriously and said no one has stepped foot in that house in years. I told him, well, maybe it happened years ago, and just now, getting it sorted, I knew he knew what I was saying. He said, "Why now? Why are they finally dealing with this now?" I said I am sorry, I don't have any answers, and I am just there to do what we were told to do. He said sorry for the way he acted towards me and that he lives next door and sometimes has to chase teens away. He just wanted to make sure we weren't there causing trouble. I asked him if he knew the family that lived there, and he said again, "And no one has been in that house in years." He did say something terrible happened in there many years ago. It was tragic, and it has been empty ever since. He looked distressed talking to me in the storm and said, "Well, you'd better get back home." Our time in the house wasn't that long, as it didn't take long to do what we were there for. I did one last walk around the house as my crews were back in the trucks, putting things away and removing their protective gear. I took some more pictures with my camera and looked around for curiosity. The whole entire house was eerie, very creepy, like entering a tomb. Some of the lights didn't work, so some of the rooms I entered were dark, empty spaces, and you can see that the carpets, drapes, and remaining furniture that was left behind were old. Not old as in worn out, but old as in old style. I remember seeing some pink dog stuffed animals on the floor next to a lamp. I don't know why that stuffed animal gave me the creeps. We leave the house, and I get back to my office to finish up the paperwork and give everything to our billing gal, including the film roll. We had a service that would come every other day and collect our film for processing. None of those pictures came out. It wasn't empty film. It looked like something tried to process, like blotches, like when back in the day you would accidentally leave film in your checked luggage at the airport and it would ruin the film. It was like that. The photos that were taken were browned out and smudged, so much so that you couldn't make it out. Luckily, we didn't need the photos for billing, but we couldn't explain what happened. Some people say that maybe the storm ruined the film, but we weren't directly near the thunder, it was miles away. We just heard it in the distance. That was the house that no one wanted to enter, and my only guess was that the family had finally decided to sell the property after all the years since the murder. The murder house of a young girl. The following story contains a murder scene of a little girl. I have labeled it NSFW. I have been asked to post more stories from my time working at crime scene cleanup. Back in the 1990s, we did this type of work, and in our area, we were one of only a couple companies with the experience and training to perform such tasks. When people asked me about my job back then, I would say that our job was to clean up nightmares. However, back then, I wouldn't really talk about it too much because it was a hard thing to talk about. We would go in after the investigation is complete and sterilize the scene, not only for biological hazards but also for visual ones, as if the family came back to the scene, we would make it look as clean as possible with hardly any reminder of what happened. This particular story isn't really a ghost story, but one of those scenes that, in my years of doing this, was really messed up, sad, and tragic, but like so many other scenes, there was, for lack of a better explanation, a heavy sense of evil. This is why I am telling the story, as nothing popped out at us. We didn't see shadows or hear anything out of the ordinary, but it was like walking into a nightmare, and the feeling of overwhelming sadness and dread affected myself and my other crew members. The crew member that went to this scene with me had been with me for a long time. I was the supervisor, and since this wasn't particularly a big scene, it didn't require more crew members to complete the task. The call. If memory serves me right, we had just gotten back to our office, and I was working on paperwork. My crew members were doing chores around the shop, and we were all getting ready to call it a day, so it must have been around 5 p.m. We get a call that was going to dispatch us to a pretty suburban neighborhood about 15 miles from a large city. For family privacy reasons, I will not disclose the city, dates, or names. The crime happened days or a week prior. I forgot how much time had passed, but the investigators had completed going over the scene and gathering evidence, and their job was completed. The house was a pretty normal ranch-style house, probably built in the 1960s. I remember the front of the house having a lot of football decorations, probably from the dad's favorite team. If you passed by this house, there was nothing remarkable about it. It wasn't fancy, and it wasn't unkept. Just a normal suburban family house in a pretty quiet neighborhood. Oftentimes, it happened that I would see a news broadcast and wonder to myself if we would be called out to that murder scene. We mainly performed our services inside buildings. Sometimes we did our services out in front of a house, as sometimes people travel as they are slowly dying and leaving a trail of blood as the person is trying to escape. Well, we would clean that up too. This case was different. The entire house just looked really normal, like when you wake up today and leave your house frozen like that for days or weeks. When we arrived, we were met by what I think was an aunt of the family member who lived there. They had been staying elsewhere since the murder. I did all the necessary paperwork with the aunt, just a form allowing us to enter and do the work and another form that authorized us to dispose of any soiled materials that were of no significant value, as well as the typical contact information and where to invoice for our services. She didn't go into the house with us, but told us which room it was. We never pressured people to enter with us, as most of the time seeing the scene is like reliving the nightmare all over again. We entered the house, removing the crime scene tape, and like I said, it was frozen in time to the night that the murder happened. I remember seeing a laundry basket full of clothes on the sofa, probably just washed, and maybe the mom was going to fold them. Shoes by the front door, dirty dishes on the table, mail on the table, that kind of stuff. We walked down the hallway, and the police have dusted for fingerprints, so you see black smears all over the hallway, and we enter the room. The room was that of a little girl, maybe about 8 to 9 years old. Pink bed sheet on the bed with dried blood, and a white wooden headboard with splatters of blood that have gone past the headboard and splattered on the wall as well. The blood had also dripped from the bed to a small pool on the brown carpet. The police had dusted for fingerprints all along the inside of the room. Most of the concentration of the fingerprint dusting was around the bedroom window. The cleaning up of all the black smudges took longer than the cleaning up of the blood, as I assumed the police removed other things that had blood on them, such as maybe the comforter or blankets, but the mattress held the majority of the blood. So we bagged it and removed it for disposal. We did clean the headboard and the wall. The police also removed a portion of the carpet, maybe for some kind of evidence. So we just cut it out and removed the rest. The entire time we are working in this room, I myself am overcome with such a feeling of sickness. I can't really describe it, but imagine just feeling like you need to leave the area, a mix of heaviness, evil, and sadness that twists you up in your stomach almost to the point of feeling sick, but more of a foreboding, like if something was still lingering there. I didn't get the sense from the rest of the house, but once you entered that room, it was unescapable. I was working on the window ledge, cleaning it up and removing the dusting powder from it. My crew member is putting some trash in our truck, so I am alone in there. I almost get the feeling that something is watching me, but more like something is feeding off of my feelings. So I leave the room to get more cleaning rags, and I find my crew member sitting on the floor in the back of our truck with tears in his eyes. This is a guy who has been with me on some really messed up calls, and as far as the scene being graphic, it wasn't like many of the other calls. I understand and let him be. I ask him if he needs to take more time. Just sit there. I will be inside. I go back into the room, and I am suddenly almost in tears too. I don't know why, but I look around the room, like, really, look at this little girl's room. I see her little clothes, some dolls, schoolwork, drawings she hung on the wall, and on her dresser she had lined up her Polly Pockets. I am suddenly just standing there, almost shaking at that point, not just from being sad about this little girl, but like I described above, a whole mix of stuff. I force myself to continue on, so I finish up cleaning up the room and start on the hallway and outside of the room doorknob, and I see my crew member working inside the house. And he says that he's going to clean the outside of the bedroom window as the investigators had used the dusting on the outside as well. As I put some of our supplies back into the truck, I go around to the outside side of the house and see my crew member standing there at the bedroom window, like in a trance, just staring inside the room. It was almost like he was seeing something but was just silently standing there. I don't want to startle him, so I stand there, just looking at him. After what seems like a couple minutes, I softly say his name, which shakes him out of his trance. He looks at me by just turning his head, and his eyes are bloodshot red, and he just says, "I'm sorry. What did you say?" I just say, "Well, if you're finished up, I will take the final photos, and we can lock it up." He just continues to spray and wipe as nothing. I get our camera and start taking photos of our completed work. You see, we do this as proof of how we left the condition of the home, especially if we are left alone on the property. The crime. Apparently, what happened was that, in the middle of the night, some creeps broke into the little girl's bedroom window. The police think he was looking to kidnap her, but she must have either cried out or fought him off. So he took out a huge Bowie-type knife and stabbed her to death. This all happened as the parents slept in the room next door, and the other kid was all fast asleep. I believe he just walked out of the house and left. Later, as we were driving away, I asked my crew member about him standing at the window outside and if he was okay or needed to go home early. He just turned to me and said, "I put my 2 feet in the same spot the murderer stood just before he killed the girl." He was quiet for the rest of the day and did not talk about the house again. I did passively keep up with the investigation for the next week or so as it was in the news, but eventually I moved on to other scenes and crimes. Sometimes, when someone casually asks in conversation if I am religious, if I believe in spirits, or something similar, I always say I do. Sometimes it's because I have seen the works of evil, and sometimes it's because I want to believe there is a hell and guys like that will be burning for eternity. I was asked to post another story here. This one is about a suicide that happened in a house. Another poster had asked for true ghost stories, which I posted about when I worked in trauma scene cleanup work. I used to manage a crew, and our job was to go in after a homicide, suicide, unattended death, accidental death, or other case that caused a lot of damage due to some type of incident. Sometimes it was very minimal, and other times it was extremely graphic. Most of my stories are about how sad the scene was, or sometimes just crazy, and how some people managed to get themselves killed. I did this work in the 90s, up until shortly after September 11th. We were usually called in after the investigation was over, so the coroner had already removed the bodies. I never really saw the person, but I would see photos in the house and know which one it was. I never really tried to think about it, just the task at hand. I kept my crew very respectful. I never allowed anyone to smoke while on scene or use bad language. and when we were inside, there was no music, and we would almost whisper to each other. It was hard to keep workers in this kind of job. Some, after their first murder scene, left the job and never came back. I never blamed anyone and would not allow a new person to enter a scene, especially if they had never encountered the sights or smells. We all wore PPE, or protective gear. It was disposable, as in some cases you wouldn't want to try to wash it away. Anyway, back to the story. One day we get a call to dispatch to a suicide call. Most of our call-outs we give for some reason would always happen either late in the day or middle of the night. There must not have been much of an investigation into this suicide, as the scene was very fresh. We arrived at a lower middle-class house in a middle-class working-age neighborhood. The neighborhood must have been built in the 1940s or 1950s based on the way the homes looked. My job when we arrive is to get the paperwork sorted before we enter the property. Normally, on most scenes, a public agency such as the fire department, sheriff's department, police, or family representatives have to sign off for us to enter the property and do what we need to do. It isn't uncommon for a family friend or even a neighbor to sign off as a representative due to either the entire household being lost or no one else being available. We just have to have someone with a stated authority sign our paperwork. When we arrive on scene, there is an older, middle-aged woman seated in the garage. You can tell she has been crying, but I sit and talk with her. I usually ask questions like, in the affected room, is there anything of sentimental or monetary value that you would like us to remove and put somewhere safe? Is there anything dangerous left in the room? Usually the PD removes that, but I still ask. I would also ask if there are any soft materials like bedding, curtains, furniture, etc. that you would like us to try and salvage if affected. I have always been told that I am very good at talking to people in that kind of situation, so that is why shortly after I started working in the field, I was promoted to supervisor. This lady that I was talking to, well, she didn't seem distraught because of the death of her son, but she was frightened. She was visibly shaking and kept looking at the front door. My crew was still in our truck, suiting up. I had asked her if she would like to show us the affected area or if we could just enter. She snapped back and said I would never step foot inside that house again, which is understandable due to the fact that her son had just taken his life inside that house. I said, okay, if you can just tell me which room it is. She said it's the first bedroom to the left, just as you enter the hallway. That is when I noticed that she wasn't looking at the front door but the first window to the left of the front door. I motioned and said, is that the bedroom window there? She said yes. She grabbed my hand and said something like, this is going to sound crazy, but there is something evil in that house. I just stood there, letting her talk. I nodded my head, like I was agreeing with her. She said I am never going back in that house ever again. She said you don't understand. Something real evil is inside that house. I told her that I understood, and if there was anyone she wanted us to call for her, she said that a friend was going to be by shortly from another city that was like over an hour away from her and was going to take her away from that house. My crew leader came up, and we told her we were going to get started. We entered the house, and it wasn't much of a bloodbath inside, with a very small pool of blood in front of the bed and a larger pool of blood on the mattress. I also noticed what looked like vomit on the mattress. The thing that really stood out was that the wall was covered in writing. The writing was in blood. The whole house seemed dark and heavy, as all I can describe it. It was messy, not like a hoarder situation, but they obviously didn't keep it up well. As my crew was working on the scene, I went out to talk to the lady, and I wanted to make sure it was okay with her that we bag up the mattress and dispose of it. When I went outside, she was sitting there facing inside the garage, smoking a cigarette. I had asked her if she wanted to salvage the mattress or if we could just dispose of it. She said something like, I wish we could just burn this whole place down. Then she started to tell me about the house. She said it started with her husband. She said that a few years ago he took his own life inside the house in the master bedroom. She said about a year ago her oldest son took his life inside the house. She said she woke up to find him hanging in his room. She said that house is evil. Evil spirits live inside there and attack you. I sat with her and just said, I am so sorry to hear about all that you've gone through. She said I don't blame them for leaving me. She went on to just say how the demons are attacking anyone who enters. The thing is, she didn't look crazy or talk crazy. She just looked very worn and tired, but mostly scared. Up to this point, I do have to admit that some scenes are just plain evil. You feel it. I can't describe it. But if you could ever feel evil, demons, or bad spirits, whatever you call it, I felt it many times. I felt it inside that house, mostly when I looked at the writing on the wall. The guy who killed himself had drank poison, slashed his throat, then took blood from his cut and wrote on the wall. Now everyone with whom I've shared this story has asked me what was written on the wall. The truth is, I don't know. I couldn't make sense of it. I did make out some words like here, the, little, blue, boy, and some others that I forgot, but they weren't in another language. I guess that as he was bleeding out, he couldn't write them well. The message he left on the wall covered the entire wall. My workers bagged the mattress, cut out the carpet, and cut out the drywall, and they were done so quickly that I was even surprised. They wanted to get the hell out of there too. They hadn't heard what the older lady told me. As I told the lady that we were complete, she still sat there smoking a cigarette, shaking, and just waiting for her friend to arrive. I felt bad leaving her alone, but it wasn't my job or my responsibility to sit and stay with her. My crew talked about how fucked up that scene was. I think the writing had gotten to them. As we pulled away, I shared what the old lady said to me, and one of my crew members, who always wore a cross, said he felt like he wasn't welcomed in there, and he was the one pushing to get the heck out of there fast. I know this isn't a typical ghost story, as we didn't see a ghost, but do I think evil spirits drove all the male members of this family to kill themselves? I don't know. I don't think I want to ever find out. Was this a ghost or something else? Here I am with another story. So far in my 19 years of life, this is my only other experience or encounter. I'm sure there's been small things that happened that I never noticed, per usual, but this gave me and still gives me the most body-wrenching chills to this day. This event took place in my cousin's childhood home about 7 years ago. My aunt and my youngest cousin still live there, but my cousin, who witnessed this with me, has since moved. For the purpose of the story, I will refer to my older cousin as E and my younger cousin as R. It was an early morning in July, and on this day we were packing up to go on a trip to visit other family members in Oregon. This all takes place upstairs, so I will describe the layout. This is an older house built sometime in the 1960s. The upstairs is a very long and narrow hallway. On one end of the hall, there is a bathroom. On the other end of the hall, there's a large bookcase. On the right side of this hall, there are 2 bedrooms, one by the bathroom and one by the bookcase. The bedroom by the bathroom was her room. The other one was a guest room. On the left side of the hall, across from the guest bedroom and next to the bookcase, there was a little door that we could never open. We could also never find the key. My aunt said that she had never seen the key. When we were younger, we liked to pretend to be ghost hunters. On this morning, we were pretending to be ghost hunters per usual. I had a weird interest in this door, and I still don't understand why. However, I was very drawn to it. What's weird is that on this day, there was a very old-looking key sitting on the bookshelf next to this door. I grabbed it and tried to see if it was a fit for the lock, and it was. My cousins were scared to open the door themselves. We all had uneasy feelings. However, being the oldest, I decided I would be the ballsy one and open the door. When I did, nothing was in there. It was just a bunch of insulation and spider webs, and it had no light. It was very disappointing. We put the key back, shut the door, and went downstairs to get a snack. When we went back up, the key was gone, and the door was locked again. Very weird, but as kids, we didn't think much of it. Fast forward, it was about time to go on the trip, and my mother and aunt were outside in the van chatting, so they sent us inside to find our E. And I was walking around the house calling out for her, but we couldn't find her. Keep in mind that I was 10 years old at the time, E was 11, and I was 12. I was wearing rainbow leggings, orange Crocs, and a red t-shirt. I had very beautiful, long brown hair that went down her waist. Keep all of this in mind. And I checked R's room. She was not in there. When we walked back out into the hallway, we both saw the exact same thing. We still talk about it today, and every time we talk about it, we both recall the same exact events. When we entered the hallway, we saw a young girl around our age who was wearing a white dress with pink ruffles on the sleeves as well as the bottom. She had on white stockings and little white slip-ons with one strap across the top. All we could see was the back of her. Her hair was beautiful, long, and brown, just like her hair. She also had a pink ribbon tied in her hair like a half-up style. We didn't think that someone else could be in the house, so when we got into the hallway, he asked, "Or, when did you change, and where did you get that dress?" Once she asked that the being start walking down the hallway to the guest room. We followed her, thinking that it was her acting weird. When we turned into the guest room, no one was there. We even opened the closet, but nothing. After that, we went out the back door, and there was her sitting in the tree house in the very back corner of the yard, still in the same rainbow leggings and red shirt as earlier. We were extremely freaked out and tried telling our mothers what we saw, but they did not believe us. We have never seen it again, but my cousin would always tell me that she would hear weird things in the house that were unexplainable. What are your thoughts? Was this a ghost or something else? Do you think opening the door had anything to do with this weird experience? Additional, this may not mean much, but I also lived in the house for a period of time with them while my mother was in an addiction center when I was 11. While I lived there, I would often wake up in the middle of the night, sleepwalk, sometimes even down the stairs, and sometimes turn in the water. I also experienced horrible anxiety during my stay there. I also had horrible night terrors, as did both of my cousins. Myself and my cousins were always creeped out to go upstairs by ourselves, and we would not go up without another person. At one point, he moved into the guest room upstairs so I wouldn't be up there alone, as there were always weird sounds like banging or knocking upstairs. Now that he is gone, or took the downstairs row. A bad move. This is a true accounting of events that occurred between November 2012 and January 2013. This is not a contrived or exaggerated recount. I want to preface that I am a recovering addict and had been clean for 2 years and 3 months when the occurrences began. Because I choose to maintain my anonymity as a recovering addict, in keeping with the traditions and principles of my program, I do not use my real name, nor do I use the actual names of anyone included in this recording. I am a college graduate and a career professional, but I will not disclose specifics in these areas either. I will use actual geographical locations but will not disclose the address of the location where this story takes place. I am a very spiritual person, and it was my faith that saved my life. My faith and my mom are my recovery family. I was 43 years old when the events occurred. In November 2012, after a painful breakup with my partner of 10 years, I, along with my 7-year-old black Labrador retriever, Sora, moved out of the 2,500 square foot house that I owned with my former partner, because we had put it on the market, and into one side of a duplex that was just east of downtown Orlando. The ranch-style red brick, 2-bedroom unit was perfect. I recall feeling a sense of accomplishment in finding a place so close to downtown, especially because the rental rate was surprisingly low considering the location and the space. I was less than a mile from the heart of downtown, on the outskirts of the highly desirable Eola Heights. Less than half a block away, there was a beautiful city park that was maintained by the Orlando Horticulture Society, perfect for my morning and evening walks with Sora. Plus, the duplex had a fenced backyard that was perfect for those times when it was easier to just open the back door and let my precious pup out to do her business. The duplex was built in the late 1940s. The place had never been renovated and still had the original terrazzo floors, bathroom tiles, with stained kitchen cabinets, etc. But it had been very well maintained, and, while outdated, it had a classic charm about it. The day that I signed the lease, Mike, the guy from the property management company, informed me that they would not be leasing out the other side of the duplex anytime soon. He didn't offer an explanation, and frankly, I was so thrilled over the fact that I would have privacy and wouldn't have to deal with anyone else on the property that I didn't ask why. The only thought that came to mind was that there would be no complaints if I failed to scoop the poop on occasion. If I had company, there would be no nosy neighbor minding my business. I could play my music as loud as I wished. If Sora barked, there would be no complaints. It represented freedom, privacy, and a sense of pride in knowing that I had found such a great place that was so affordable in a great location. Finding the place helped to somewhat ease the pain of the breakup and gave me a sense of independence. It was the first time in my life that I would live alone, without another human, that is. I loved Sarah. She was my best friend and a great companion. And she enjoyed the fact that I started to let her jump up into my bed and sleep next to me at night, and she loved the walks in the nearby park. I was so close to downtown and on a somewhat busy street. There was a fair amount of foot traffic. There was not a lot of foot traffic at night, but enough so that the sound of people conversing as they walked by never struck me as odd. I simply accepted it as part of living close to downtown. I kept my curtains closed all the time because I was close enough to the sidewalk that nosy passersby could see inside my house. A couple of weeks after I had moved in, it occurred to me that every night, at around 11 p.m., I would hear what seemed to be the same voices engaged in the same undiscernible conversation. After about a week, my curiosity demanded that I see who these creatures of habit were, and at 11 p.m., I positioned myself by the front door. Like clockwork at 11 p.m. on the dot, the same voices having the same muffled conversation could be heard starting at one end of the sidewalk in front of my duplex as I walked towards downtown. When I heard them talking, I started to open my front door, but as soon as I started to turn the door knob, the conversation abruptly stopped. I opened the door and stepped out onto the front porch. For the first time in my life, I was genuinely terrified. It just didn't make sense. There were no people at all. Not on the sidewalk, not on the street. It was just silent. I didn't even hear the cars driving the busy stretch of East Colonial Drive, just a few blocks away. That was the night that things started to happen. It started with my precious dog. The sight of Sora retreating to the corner of the living room, farthest from the front door, where her whole body was trembling, is burned into my memory. I had to pick her up and carry her to the bedroom that night. That was also the night that the 11 p.m. voices stopped. But that's also the night when the really frightening things started up. What happened next convinced me that I was having genuine paranormal experiences. I decided to start keeping a journal of my experiences. They started happening at all hours of the day and night. This is the order in which the first occurrences happened. Saturday morning, November 10th, 2012. Between 10:05 and 10:10 a.m., vacuuming my living room rug, the vacuum cleaner cut off. Then I heard the voice of an elderly-sounding man, as if only a couple of feet away from me, say, "What are you doing?" Then the vacuum cut back on. I ran out of the house, calling Sarah to follow me. I wouldn't go back into the house until my NA sponsor came over 3 hours later. Tuesday morning, November 13th, 2012. Approximately 1:20 a.m., awakened by the sound of something crashing onto the floor in the kitchen. It sounded like a stack of plates. I got up to investigate the cause and found that every light in the house was on, except for my bedroom light. Wednesday morning, November 14th, 2012. Approximately 1:30 a.m., I had recorded myself turning off all the lights throughout the house before going to bed. I was awakened again by what sounded like a stack of plates crashing to the floor. The lights in the living room and kitchen were on. I got up and turned them off. As I climbed into bed, both the kitchen and living room lights came on again. I continued to document the strange occurrences, but would just write down the dates, times, then say, same as last night, unless there was a change, like the night that the lights in the living room turned on and off for about 10 minutes. By this time, I had gotten over my trepidation about sharing these experiences with the people I knew. I started to tell close friends about what I was experiencing, and much to my relief, the overwhelming response was loving and supportive. A friend of mine from my recovery program suggested that I have the duplex blessed and introduced me to an ordained minister from a nearby Unitarian church. I gratefully accepted my friend's offer to appeal to the minister to perform the blessing. And on Saturday, December 9th, 2012, 2 ministers and 3 of my friends from the program came over and prayed and performed a blessing, then a sort of spiritual cleansing with sage. The ritual and prayer seemed to work. All unusual activities were stopped. I had a great Christmas in my new digs and felt a tremendous sense of relief. Sarah seemed to be returning to her normal playful self. It really seemed that everything was going to be all right. Until the night of January 10th, 2013. I have gone over it again and again, trying to figure out what it was that caused the whole experience to start again. It was as if I was watching a movie again, complete with the 11 p.m. phantom pedestrians. That night, starting at 11:15 p.m., I called everyone who had been part of the blessing and cleansing. They all, in turn, agreed to come back the next weekend. The next day, I called the property management company and spoke to Mike, the property manager, and the person who had done the lease signing with me. I asked him how long the unit I had rented had been vacant before I moved in, why wasn't the other unit being leased, and if previous tenants had ever said anything about strange things happening in the unit. He only answered my first question before saying he had an important call and would get back to me. It was around this date that I started to get sick. Not like a cold or stomachache sick, but seriously painfully ill. I developed, almost overnight, ulcerative colitis. Even though I didn't have Crohn's disease, it was debilitating. It affected every aspect of my life. Then the infection came. This went on for weeks and caused me to have to take an extended medical leave of absence because I was put on 4 antibiotics. I was never one to get sick. I worked out daily, ate healthy, and got plenty of rest, at least prior to moving into this duplex. Overall, I was a very active and healthy person, especially since I had started my journey in recovery. My doctor was perplexed as to why my health had taken such a drastic turn. Then it happened. I was physically attacked. It was January 28th. I was pushed while stepping out of the tub. I fell to the floor. I've never been so scared. I started praying the Lord's Prayer and the 23 Psalms intermittently, over and over, bowled up in a fetal position. I was terrified and had reached my breaking point. Almost as if on cue, my dear friend Rico called me. I got to my cell phone, and I was crying. The only thing I heard from Rico was, "Here's the deal. I am coming to see you right now, and if you have plans, cancel them. This is urgent. I'll be there in 2 hours. I'll explain when I get there, and are you okay, by the way?" Rico lived in Tampa. I hadn't seen or spoken to him since the weekend that I moved into the duplex. Rico was the type who visited his psychic every week. He would frequently include comments like, "Well, Laura, his psychic, said I must do this," or "Laura told me not to do insert activity here," or "Oh my God, she said is what happened." I adored Rico. I think that, had I not been in a relationship when I first met him, I definitely would have pursued him. Whenever we were around each other, it was an amazing time. I dressed quickly and grabbed Sola's leash. I drove to a nearby dog park and waited for Rico to call. I was not going back into the house alone. Rico called 2 hours later to tell me he'd arrived. He used my hidden spare key to get into my unit. When I got back to the house, I walked into the back door and called to Rico, who responded, "Do not close the back door." The smell of sage filled my whole house. I walked into the hallway, and there was Rico and some woman that I had never seen before. Rico was waving his hands over a smoking roll of sage. He walked up to me, staring me in the eyes. "Paul, this is Laura." Laura walked over and threw her arms around me. Then she leaned down and, looking at Sora, said, "Why, yes, girl, we are here to help," as if she were responding to a direct question from Sora. Rico went on to tell me that when he arrived at Laura's house that morning, the only thing she said was for him to go to his friend Paul and that she was coming along. She told Rico that Paul was in danger and they had to sage Paul's house. Not just once, but a few times, and to get a priest to bless the house. Rico then told me, "Paul, I've never spoken your name to her before. She always asked that I never give names so that her visions can be validated. When she said your name, I was already walking towards the door. What you are going through isn't a haunting, Paul. There is an evil here that will not stop inflicting harm until it is banished or destroyed. This is going to take so much more than I can do," Laura explained. Then just as she finished speaking, I started feeling extremely nauseated. Sarah ran out the back door to the far end of the backyard and started trembling. Then, right in front of me, Rico and Laura, in broad daylight, 2 of the kitchen cabinets opened, and the contents started falling out of the cabinets. I looked at both Rico and Laura. Both were terrified. Laura started praying, "Heavenly Father, send your angels. Please protect us." Then I heard that same disembodied voice the day that my vacuum cleaner turned off and on. This time, Rico and Laura heard it too. It said the same thing. "What are you doing?" Another cabinet door swung open, then slammed shut. The voice spoke again, but it was different. You know how Hollywood always portrays the voice when someone is possessed? They kind of got it right. It was like that. It was the voice of evil. It was malevolent. It screamed, "What are you doing?" I stood there trembling, looking at the cabinets, weak and nauseated. I don't recall if it was Laura or Rico that grabbed my hand, and in all candor, until I started writing about the experience, I hadn't thought about that moment. Only that I was pulled in the direction of the back door and out into the backyard, and that I was feeling more nauseated, and that I was hyperventilating. I don't recall passing out either. I only recall waking up in the hospital. I woke up and immediately realized that I was in a hospital bed. I felt the sphygmomanometer cuff on my right arm, and the 4 needle was inserted and taped to the top of my left hand. I tried to call out for Sora, but my throat was dry and nothing came out. My mom was sitting in a chair next to the hospital bed. She stood up and grabbed the call remote, then walked quickly to the hospital room door and called out, "He's waking up. Come quick, please." It's blurry and difficult to remember exactly what happened after that, other than nurses coming in and asking me if I knew where I was and if I knew my name. But once I had been assessed and was given a cup of ice water, the nurses left the room to find out if I could be cleared for dietary. My head started to clear. The reason I passed out and was now lying in a hospital bed was that the infection had gotten worse, and I was dehydrated and malnourished. In the days just prior to the attack, I hadn't eaten or drank anything or administered the 4 antibiotics. Oh yeah, I forgot to include the part where I had to have a picture line inserted and had ripped it out the first night that I was in the hospital. I had a prescription for 4 antibiotics, the kind that are in a ball and push the fluids into the picture line. I had to keep them refrigerated, and I was supposed to be self-administering 3 times a day. I digress. I had been consumed by what I was going through, and my life had started falling apart. I was circling the drain at a rate 10 times faster than when I had been in active addiction. Mom took my hand and told me that she had already visited me twice and had picked up Sarah and taken her home to Mom's house. Once Mom was sure that I was coherent, she squeezed my hand and pressed her other hand against my cheek. She stared into my eyes. I could see tears in hers. Then she told me that I was never to go back into that house. I remember feeling such a tremendous sense of relief and crying, no, bawling. My mom hugged me, then sat with me until I fell asleep. A few days later, I was discharged from the hospital. Mom picked me up. I really wasn't paying attention to where we were until we turned onto the street where the duplex was. I thought. I started to speak, but then, as we pulled up to the duplex, I saw my 2 brothers and their pickup trucks, several people from my program, and a U-Haul. I am not exaggerating when I say that it took less than 30 minutes for everything that I had in that house to be removed and loaded onto the trucks. We caravanned to the house I owned with my former partner, who was waiting at the house when we all pulled up. He had picked up my Jeep and parked it in the garage. Tim, my ex, met me at the car door. As I stepped out of the car, he hugged me. This doesn't mean we are getting back together, but I do love you, and you gave everybody a real scare. This is where you belong for now. I laughed, thinking to myself, you have no idea what a real scare is. Within a week, my health had started to return. The ulcerative colitis was gone, as were the infections. I forgot to mention that Sola had started losing her fur. Within 3 weeks, her fur had grown back, and she was vibrant and healthy. I called the property management company and advised them that I had vacated the duplex and demanded my deposit back. I advised them that I had enough witnesses to attest to everything that happened to me. I was able to get the name and contact information of the people who had leased the unit before me, and they shared their experience with me. They had experienced the exact same things as I had. They had also done a bit of research. The property had a dark past that spanned decades. 3 suicides, a home invasion that resulted in 2 murders in the unit that wasn't rented. I was able to find a newspaper article about the home invasion. The property management company mailed my deposit and refunded me for 2 months' rent. What they did in not disclosing the properties in the past was unethical, and now, in most states, it's illegal. In the years since, I have avoided going anywhere near that property. If I was driving, I would detour around that stretch of road. The most important thing for me personally is that through the entire month-long episode, I stayed clean. My spiritual condition was solid. The duplex was raised in 2019. Birdseed. My grandmother was a nurse. She started in the Cadet Nurse Corps during World War II. After the war, she became an RN and spent the next 12 years working at her local hospital, mostly on the cardiac floor, but in other parts too if they needed her. She loved her job, but something bad happened with one of the doctors she worked under, and she saw no choice but to move on to somewhere else. Her next job was at a long-term care facility, a nursing home, to the uninitiated, where she worked for a lot of years until her retirement. My grandfather died before I was even thought of, so I never knew him outside of pictures and the stories my mom told me. Grandma didn't say much about him, but she never minded Mama talking about him. A few years after he passed, Grandma met a lady who worked at her favorite restaurant, Clovey, and Grandma and Clovey lived together for the rest of Grandma's life. Due to the times and it being the very Baptist South, everyone understood, but still, they were roommates. They did very well and kept the little farm my grandma and Pawpaw had bought in the family. They were even able to hire farmhands so they could both focus mostly on their own careers. Grandma had a lot of stories about strange goings-on at the hospital and at the nursing home. Even some she mentioned existed but said she'd never repeat. I'd like to share one now that touched my heart a bit. So if you're looking for something terrifying, this'll probably be boring for you. This one happened at the nursing home where she worked, and she was in her early 30s at the time. They had a resident, a man named Thomas. Thomas could talk but usually didn't. He was a slow-moving man who liked to wheel himself around and be at least an hour early for any meal or activity. He couldn't dress himself or tell you if he needed to pee or not, and she would laugh and tell about how she'd have to change his pants at least once per shift because she could never quite get his toileting schedule down, and he had what she called a 5-gallon drum for a bladder. Thomas had 2 bird feeders his kids had put outside his window. They bring a new 7-pound bag of birdseed almost every visit, with no regard for how much was already in his closet. At first, the maintenance guys took on the bird feeder responsibility, but after a few months, they decided they didn't have time and wouldn't be doing it anymore. One of the nurse's aides that worked with Grandma, Nellie, decided she'd take up the cost, so anytime Thomas's bird feeders got low, she'd bring his bag of birdseed out and refill them. Thomas would get a little down when he couldn't watch his birds at the feeders, so when Nellie took on the responsibility, everyone was glad to see him perk back up. Nellie took this seriously and never let those bird feeders run out. Grandma said she was a very sweet young woman and seemed to love nothing more than doing that little something extra to make the residents happy. She was reliable, always a few minutes early for her shift, and always happy to help her residents and her co-workers. And, as my mama always pointed out in this part of the story, the good die young. Nellie was only 23 when a drunk driver hit her head-on as she was on her way home, having stopped off at the grocery store after her shift. It was bad enough to be a closed casket funeral. But according to Mama, Nellie wasn't really gone. After a week or so, one of the nurses pointed out that they should probably refill the bird feeders because they'd have to be empty by now. They sent Nellie's replacement, Joanne, to get it taken care of, but Joanne looked out Thomas's window and returned to let them know that they were already full. And every time anyone checked, that was the case. No one took ownership of having filled them. They even asked the night shift folks, the administration, and the maintenance team that had refused to continue taking care of it to begin with. Eventually, they all started to joke that it must be Nellie's spirit taking care of Thomas's bird feeders. About 8 months after Nellie's death, Thomas died from a severe case of being 99 years old. His kids decided they'd donate the bird feeders and leave them where they were, and they left the bird seed in his closet. The feeders kept on getting filled, and still, no one would take credit for it. It wasn't long before a new resident moved into Thomas's room, and she enjoyed the bird feeders outside the window as well. But without Thomas's kids constantly restocking the seed, the supply in the closet eventually ran out. That's when the closet door started misbehaving. The new resident would often complain that her closet door must be broken because it would open and close on its own, sometimes really hard. The staff had no trouble believing it because it was a loud slamming. Then a couple of housekeepers complained that any time they hung the new resident's laundry in the closet, the door would slam shut again before they could close it themselves. One said that she was just mopping on the other side of the room when the door threw itself open and then shut. Before long, almost everyone working there had witnessed this closet door banging open or shut with no one's assistance. They all seemed to find it interesting and novel at first, but before long, everyone was pretty annoyed with it. Mama said a few of them went into the room and asked Nellie or Thomas to please stop, and the reply was always the door slamming itself open or closed, sometimes in rapid succession. They even called a preacher at one point to pray, but even he was met with only the slamming closet door for all his efforts. They moved the new resident out of the room because she wasn't able to rest at that door. Then one day, my mama and one of her fellow nurses were chatting about that closet door over their lunch, and it occurred to them that the big change was the lack of birdseed in the closet to keep the feeders filled. After work that day, Mama stopped on her way home and bought a bag, and the next day she opened it up and put it in that closet. Sure enough, the closet didn't open or close on its own, and the bird feeders were refilled regularly. As an experiment, they let the new bag run out and didn't replace it at first. The closet door started back to misbehaving, and when they put a new bag of birdseed in, all was quiet. From then on, they all took turns making sure the supply never ran out, and they never had to hear the slamming closet door again. The feeders would be full, and no one knew how, but any resident who lived in that room after always had 2 full feeders and birds outside their window. Ghost/paranormal experiences, my own and from people I know. Ignore how this is composed like a novel. I'm an author. Don't let it make these stories seem made up. These are all real. Names have all been replaced, and I am telling the stories from a third-person perspective, including my own experiences, at the request of the people involved in these stories. This is a mix of stories that I've been told and that I've experienced firsthand, some wholesome and some just downright creepy. Pull up a chair and a hot cup of tea and enjoy. Jane and John lived together in a home with their daughter, Laura. Jane and John would always be hearing things, Laura would always be seeing things, and the fire alarm would always go off in the middle of the night. Every night after Laura went to bed, after Jane had read her a story, and after she'd heard her parents get into bed, she'd always get up to get a glass of water from the bathroom. She remembers one night, listening for her parents to get in bed, then getting up and opening her door to see that it was daylight. She looked and saw John standing in his bedroom doorway, and he told her good morning. She stood there, confused as hell, because, to her, no time had passed. She'd just gone to bed about 30 seconds earlier. The day just went along as usual. Laura would always see dark figures bolting past doorways. She'd even try to chase them. Whenever she saw them, she'd run after them and not find anything, then run and tell Jane and John that she saw Darth Sidious run across a doorway. Jane and John believed her because they too had seen something similar, but they told her it was just her eyes playing tricks on her in order to keep her calm. Jane would get up for work at 6 in the morning every weekday. One morning, she saw a figure standing under the tree on their front lawn. It was glowing faintly blue and was wearing a long white cloak. It was tall, had an elongated face, and appeared to be mumbling something. She stared right at it for a good minute and walked to her car briskly, not breaking eye contact with it. Once she was in her car, she called John and told him to come out and see it. He came out, and he saw nothing. He wasn't in disbelief, however, as he'd also experienced strange things in that house. One night, they were sitting in the living room at night, sharing a bottle of wine and watching TV. In unison, their eyes followed a black figure, which passed swiftly by the windows. First the kitchen window, then the back door. They both saw it and looked at each other, confirming that they were indeed seeing what they were seeing. John would also hear footsteps sliding across the carpet in the basement while home alone. John frantically ran around the house one day because he could hear a tap running. I don't know whether or not he had found the running tap, nor does he remember this specific incident. When John was small, his grandmother passed away. Some days after her death, at her funeral, he asked her to come and visit and to move something in his room if he happened to be asleep. Later that night, while John was asleep, he opened his eyes, only for a moment, to see a small Garfield figurine floating past his bedroom window. He'd assumed it was only a dream, but sure enough, when he woke up, the figurine was sitting right there in his lap. He still has the figurine and keeps it safe to this day. The same night John's grandmother passed, his sister, Bethany, was visited by her grandmother in a dream. Her grandmother had told Bethany that she was very cold. When Jane's father, Eric, passed away, her cousin, Vera, had a dream. During Vera's childhood, Eric was like a father to her. Vera dreamt that Eric had come to visit her to comfort her. The next day, Vera called Jane to ask if everything was all right with Eric and received the news of his passing. While driving to Eric's funeral, Jane, John, Jane's sister Nancy, and her husband Daniel were in the car. Jane was driving. The highway was extremely icy, and it was snowing heavily. Jane, devastated by her father's passing, was crying and was unable to see the road clearly through her teary eyes in all the snow. Suddenly, the volume on the radio began to increase, slowly, to an almost deafening level. Then slowly, it came back down. When Jane and Nancy were small, Eric would do this to the car stereo while driving if Jane and Nancy were making too much noise in the back seats, distracting him. At first, Jane thought either John or Daniel had the stereo remote and were just playing some sick joke, but the remote was tucked away in the glove compartment. Jane felt comfort, knowing her father was still there to protect her from danger. Some years later, Eric's brother, Mark, passed away. Jane, John, Nancy, Daniel, and Laura attended. While at the funeral, John felt an extremely strong and evil presence, as if it were something threatening or attacking Mark. John believes he has a very strong connection to his past lives in the spirits he encountered. When John was an infant, he would often cry out at night, as most babies do. His parents, Rose and Bob, brought him to a temple to have the demons removed from him. After the temple visit, he never cried out at night again. John believes he has been crying out at night because of his past life. In his past life, he was a monk. He believes that he had evil spirits trapped within him because of this, and that those spirits were removed upon his visit to the temple. Daniel's father passed recently, and while visiting his father's house shortly after he passed, He noticed that the clock in the kitchen had stopped the exact moment he died, and a yellow canary watched him through the window of every room he entered. When Jane was starting her career as a nurse, she worked in a nursing home. An elderly woman on her deathbed had not had the strength to speak or move for an entire week. Then, one day, while Jane was in the room with her, she sat up and asked for a glass of water. She then looked up into the corner of the room and had the warmest smile on her face. Jane asked her what she was looking at. The woman told Jane she was looking at the Virgin Mary. The woman was in total bliss when Jane brought her the glass of water, and she succumbed over old age within an hour. Laura's close friend, Jonas, unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Jonas had taken his own life in the basement of his home. For the months after Jonas's death, Laura had been receiving silent phone calls from Jonas's number. She'd pick up the phone and hear silence before the call ended. She'd also hear more of Jonas's favorite songs on the radio, or they would shuffle more frequently in her playlist. These were songs that he would often sing over the phone. These occurrences stopped about 5 months after Jonas's death. In Laura's current home, not her childhood home, she has seen lights turning on by themselves, items mysteriously falling off shelves, and doors closing on their own. To Laura, these occurrences are not frequent enough to be considered hauntings. She believes they are simply spirits passing through the area, not intending to cause any harm, and not staying in her home. I will continue to add to this collection. Haunted by a cloaked shadow figure. I thought I would share a small collection of paranormal experiences I've had over the years, namely 2 specific incidents, both of which were somewhat ongoing for a time. I've always had a bit of what I call a spooky meter. I don't really have any better word for it than that. There have been times I will walk into a room and get a very unsettling feeling, and generally, I seem to visually perceive it differently. Things will generally appear darker and dimmer than they ought to, as if light is swallowed. As a bit of an example of my spooky radar going off even in an exterior environment, I'm from Australia. And a couple years ago, I traveled to Cairns for work and met up with some people who worked for the same organization in a branch in far north Queensland. One of these whom I spent the most time with happened to be Aboriginal, and in our time off, she took me to a few touristy places. One of these went by a rock pool, and I instantly got a horrible feeling. Despite the fact that it was a sunny day, the sunlight appeared dull, dim, and gray, kind of like that scene from LTR when Frodo and Sam are traversing the mountains at the start of the Two Towers. I remember instinctively turning to her and saying, "This is a bad place." Her eyes lit up, and she immediately began telling me that this was an area that had a lot of drownings, and that there is an old Aboriginal legend about a male and female from 2 separate tribes who fell in love for reasons I'm not qualified to speak on. Taboo. I'm probably going to butcher the story, so I do apologize. But in short, they were both punished and killed by that rock pool, and it is said that her angry sword remains there and holds anyone that comes there under the water. There's actually a super scary story about one case in which the local news took a photo of the spot after a man drowned there and published it in the newspaper. In the photo, the rocks formed the shape of the man's face, which is super creepy. I tried to hunt down the photo, but I couldn't for the life of me find out, so you will have to just take my word for it or do your own research. As far as the drownings go, there is actually a scientific reason for this that I'm not familiar with that you can look up if you like. However, Aboriginals have a rich storytelling history. I'm conscious not to misrepresent a rich and fascinating culture that doesn't get enough attention and love in Australia. This is just what I'd been taught. I think there's actually some truth in a lot of these. And I know people on here like Wendigo stories. Some indigenous tribes have a version of the Bendigo, although I'm not familiar with it. Sorry for the long foreplay. Time for the story. In my childhood home, which was built by my parents, so not a case of someone died here and haunts it, a fact my unbelieving father regularly tells me even to this day when my siblings and I repeat this story, we had a spare room, which always gave me the creeps toward the back of the house at the end of a long hallway. I should also mention we liked a farm fairly far from town, and on it I've had a number of creepy experiences, but none like the ones I'm going to mention. I should also say that my father has lived in the house since his mid-20s, along with a few housemates, one of whom used to claim that the house was haunted. The only story my non-believing father told me that he couldn't explain was that the stereo system, which was unplugged, began blasting music in the early hours of the morning. Firstly, when I was extremely young, perhaps too young to recall this, but it has always been a core memory for me, I was awoken in my room by something I thought to be my father. I don't remember seeing him or what he looked like, only that I was lifted from my cot and put on the floor. He had large feet, and our hallway had a wooden floor. I remember crawling after him and following the imprints his barefoot made on the floor until we got to the kitchen. "Let's have ice cream," he said to me. He lifted me to the freezer, which was way too high for me to reach, and I grabbed the ice cream and began to eat it. It was dark at the time, and when the sun began to rise, my dad came back downstairs. I remember him asking me what I was doing and taking the ice cream off of me. I told him I was eating the ice cream and that he had taken me to get it. He had absolutely no idea what I was talking about and said he absolutely did not wake me up in the middle of the night to get me some ice cream. When I brought it up with him now as a young adult, he says he remembers it and claims I must have climbed it. There is absolutely no way I could have climbed it. When I was perhaps 4 or 5, I recall playing with my brother and 2 sisters at the end of the hallway opposite the room. We saw a black hooded figure that was blurry and smoky, if you like, depiction attached at the end of the story. It ran past us at a ridiculous speed and went into the spare room, slamming the door behind it. We all screamed and carried on, and then, I guess, forgot about it and put it down to being young and overly imaginative. Despite this, however, we never entered that room if we didn't have to, and would always close the door and or turn the light on in there, only to find the door open and the light off whenever we went back. Could have been our parents. That all changed when I was 12. My brother, who was 2 years older than me, and I had shared a room for our whole childhood. When my brother transitioned to high school, my parents thought it best that we have our own rooms as he was staying up later, and I'm sure puberty also played a role. I was moved into the spare room, which, as I'd gotten older, sort of gotten over my fear of. It was a simple room, fairly small and square. My bed was situated in the bottom left-hand corner of the room, and a desk ran along the wall beside it toward the door, which I mostly used for building Lego. The far left corner had a big-ass wooden wardrobe, which I never used. A window sat on the wall facing the door that never seemed to let enough light in despite its size, and the entire right-hand side of the room was just a giant cupboard with sliding doors. My walls were also covered in posters, which is important to note. I spent anywhere from 2 weeks to a month in hell when I first moved into that room. From the get-go, my spooky radar went pretty haywire, and I didn't really like being in there. I will do my best to recount the incidences that I remember, although there aren't a lot. For reference, I spent every night of that initial month in there unable to sleep and battling all manner of strange occurrences. There are probably like 21 nights worth of scary incidences, most of which I can't recall and probably deliberately tried to forget. The first occurrences were fairly tame. I used to have a pedestal fan running most nights that created a pretty heavy white noise. Because of it, I can't really confirm whether what I heard was real or not, but initially I thought I could hear whispering throughout the night. It used to put me super on edge, especially since it was just faint enough that I couldn't discern if I was crazy or not. So already my sleep started getting pretty bad. Then things started to get worse. My floor was carpeted, and I would begin to hear that soft sort of crumpling sound you hear when someone's walking on it. The footsteps were slow and would always come toward me, coming from the wardrobe in the corner of the room. Strangely, most things would occur in the wardrobe in the corner. I remember I initially had a lamp in my room, which I would turn on as soon as I heard anything. But after way too little time, the bulb blew, and the lamp never worked again, no matter how many bulbs we put in it. I transitioned to using my iPod for a light, then one of those torch apps, which I always kept by my side. It became necessary for me to sleep facing the door, as every time I did finally get to sleep, if I was facing the wall, I would get a horrific nightmare. Sometimes I would fall asleep facing the door, have a nightmare, and wake up to find that I had rolled over in the night. I began to wake up periodically in the night to strange noises. Things would move around or fall off shelves. This was actually trackable and began to truly confirm my strong suspicion that something was amiss. I'm not Christian, but I am open-minded, and despite my lack of belief, God plays a part in the story. Strangely, I began to wake at 3 a.m., which is known as the witching hour. I didn't know this until I consulted the resident spooky expert of my school, whom we will call James for the sake of the story. He was just a kid who had seen way too many horror movies. James told me that my room was likely haunted and that I should try to record it through the night. So I set my iPod up to charge overnight and used a voice recorder app to record the sounds during the night. I tried video first, but my phone would overheat and die too quickly, and I probably wouldn't have had enough storage space for an 8-hour recording anyway. Old technology wasn't as capable as it is now. But strangely, the recordings would always stop at random intervals as though someone had pressed stop. I had a passcode, so that was impossible, so those amounted to nothing. Things got worse again. One day I felt as though my duvet was moving, and I didn't think much of it because it used to fall down the side of my bed because of its weight sometimes. This time it felt as though it were rising, and before I could really clock it, a hand touched my back. It wasn't freezing cold like in the movies, nor did it burn me or anything like that. It just felt like a human hand planted itself on my back. I recoiled naturally and probably spent the rest of the night with the light on. From then on, I used to tuck my blanket underneath my body, which was a habit I maintained until I was like 18, thanks to that experience. Another time, my blanket felt like it was falling down the bed again, so I grabbed it and went to pull it back, but it didn't move. Initially, I thought it was stuck on something, but no matter how hard I pulled, it didn't move. That's when the blanket was pulled back. I remember my heart fucking racing. I essentially played tug of war with a fucking ghost for 30 seconds before it let up, and I flew backward with the blanket, having been pulling on it with all my strength and going back and forth prior to it. After that, I remember things getting borderline awful, and I basically didn't sleep ever. I spoke to James about it and how things seemed to be getting worse. I was outright terrified now, and he speculated that it may be feeding on my fear and growing stronger with each passing night. This notion obviously horrified me, and I asked him what I could do. He actually suggested I pray, funnily enough, and told me a few things I could say that had worked in some horrors he'd seen. I don't remember the order of operations, but what I do know is that one night things were especially bad. Whispering, objects moving around and falling, strange noises, and footsteps. I couldn't take it anymore, and so I prayed. I prayed that I would be given the strength and courage to face the thing, and I prayed that whatever was in my room would go fuck off back to wherever it came from. I recall this next part perfectly and will likely never forget it. I sat up in bed and yelled, "In the name of God, I banish you from my room." I remember raising my fist as though I were prepared to fight it with my bare hands. I think my courage was fueled by the belief that God was on my side. From the corner of my room rushed the same hooded black figure I saw in my childhood. It was like a misty blur. It moved so quickly that it generated a wind that swept across the room as it ran, blowing off all my posters and knocking over the Lego on my desk, which smashed on the floor. It rushed to the exit of my room and stopped in the doorway. I remember it turning and looking at me for only about half a second, but what gave me chills was the speed at which it moved. In its time, I dare say it stared a lot longer than that. I remember I fell asleep after that in pure exhaustion, and I slept like a fucking baby. When I woke up, I thought I had imagined or dreamt the whole thing, but when I looked around my room, the thing was fucking trashed. So badly that I remember my dad coming in and telling me it looked like a hurricane had passed through it. He didn't believe me when I told him what happened. I think he believed that I believed it, but some people, I guess, just have never had an experience and therefore refuse to buy into it whenever someone else tells a story. That's fair enough, I suppose. Nothing happened after that. I never forgot about what occurred, and it even made me a devout Christian for like 12 months. The only thing that occurred involving whatever the thing was came when I was about 15. We had what used to be a toy/play room that got converted into a gym room with a treadmill and bench plus a kid's computer room. I was working out in it one day while my sister was playing on the computer. I remember she looked over my shoulder and screamed. She said she saw a black hooded figure behind me, that it was blurry and hazel like it was made of smoke, that it was watching me, and that it ran away when she screamed. That was the last time I'd ever seen it. It's funny though, because a lot of people apparently have seen the cloaked bastard during sleep paralysis. That's how I found the photo below though. But I know I was awake when I saw it, and if you can't believe me, then believe my siblings. I've known a ghost since childhood. I've been wanting to share some experiences myself and my family have had, dating all the way back to the mid-1990s. For quick context, I am the oldest of 4 sons, and we all grew up in this house. It's a small, 3-bedroom home in a quiet subdivision surrounded by wilderness. My parents bought it in 1982 and still live there today. I come from a superstitious and some would call sensitive family. Most seem to be in tune with our extrasensory perception. In no way do I consider myself to be a psychic or someone with extremely good precognition or clairvoyance, but I do feel like I have been aware of unexplainable presences or feelings. Now let's get into the story. My mother explained to me that before she became pregnant with me, she never really noticed any strange or paranormal occurrences at home. When my mom got pregnant, she said things changed. At this point, she started feeling a presence while at home. My father's work at the time had him gone for a week at a time, and my mom found herself feeling lonely and overthinking. At night, while trying to sleep, she felt like someone was in the room with her. She said it wasn't ominous or negative energy, but the opposite. As her pregnancy continued, small objects started vanishing and showing back up. She bought wind-up toys and toys that were activated by buttons. She placed them on a shelf in a closet. They ended up on the closet floor, activated, and playing. She says she saw a female figure move from one room to another in the upstairs halls. At that point, she wanted to understand why the house had all this paranormal energy. But the house was newly built, not even 20 years old at the time. The previous owner was a single parent, but she never knew the age or gender of the children. My mom started having complications with her pregnancy, and I was born 9 weeks premature. I spent the first 6 months of my life in the hospital, dealing with issue after issue. But I managed to pull through. I know this isn't related to the paranormal, but it's important context for later events and theories. There was a time when I was a few months old when a pair of hats my mother and great-grandmother wore to a wedding somehow got moved from the attic storage into my mom's closet. It spooked my mom momentarily, but by then she had come to terms with the fact that she was sharing space with some sort of friendly spirit, ghost, or presence. These things didn't bother her too much. But besides that, not much else happened. One of the strangest but most powerful things that happened in my childhood home took place when I was still very young. You see, even though I was 8 months old, I still couldn't roll myself over very well or sit up. Embarrassing? Sure, but what could I do? I was just a baby. Anyway, my mom was home alone again with me. She put me down for a nap and went to lay down in her bedroom across the hall. She was quite tired, so sleep took over quickly. She says that she had a vivid dream. She was in some sort of white room. It was bright. She was sort of standing in place. She felt someone enter the space with her. It was a welcoming presence, one she felt before, but a more ominous feeling showed up, like impending doom, or that feeling when you just know something isn't right. And then she heard the voice of a girl. It told her, "The baby. It's the baby." The voice repeated itself as she jolted awake. She sensed something was wrong. She rushed across the hall, which, luckily, was only a mere 7 feet or so into my bedroom. I somehow had myself face down on the crib mattress. I must have decided it was time to move myself around, but I was clearly unable to push my face out of the mattress. Ask my mom this story now, and she'll tell you with great detail how real the dream felt and how scary it all was. As I got older, I was told to be around 3 or 4. I started chatting with an imaginary friend. I would spend a lot of time sitting up in my room, stationed on my floor with all sorts of toys. I would be having full-on conversations, apparently, with no one. When my parents asked me who I was talking to, I told them her name was Tara. I told them she was a little girl a bit older than me. I said she was nice. I didn't let this up for years, I'd been told. I can remember understanding at a young age, maybe 8 or 9, that our house had spirits in it. But I was raised and told that they were harmless, that they were just here with us. And I felt it too. I didn't mind it. Honestly, it didn't scare me. What scared me instead were sudden, loud noises and movies about vampires. Fast forward to my teenage years now. I was sleeping on a Friday night. Across from my bed was a large dresser, and pushed beside it was a longer but shorter dresser. It was tall and sturdy enough that a young person could hop up on it and sit. I remember coming out of a strange dream, and I started to wake up. I opened my eyes, and they were met with someone else's gaze. It was a young girl, dark hair and clothes that looked like they were from decades prior. She was sitting up on my dresser, looking at me. I jumped out of bed because, honestly, who expects that? Now, was she scary looking? No. I believe it was Tara. I've seen her a few other times, or possibly another female spirit. I come home to visit my parents, and at times I get the same intense feeling. It's very hard to explain. It's just like I know that one of these spirits is around, and they're welcoming me back. I'll walk into the house, especially if I'm the first to arrive home, and the whole feel of my surroundings changes. It's hard to explain, but I have come to learn it's the type of feeling I get when Tara is around. When I'm spending time alone at the house, especially downstairs in the basement, I'll see a dark, female figure move across the back of the room, the shape of the body reflecting off the glass paneling of my parents' bar. It'll move into the laundry room and disappear. I've seen it in reflections of windows upstairs, standing in various spots around the home, as if they are just sharing space with me, as if they are just trying to say hi. I'm older now. I just turned 30, but in all the apartments I've lived in, I've had paranormal experiences. Nothing horrifying, thank goodness, but I always seem to have something happen, and I'm okay with it. Maybe I'll share some of those moments another time. I would be lying to you if I tried to make my story sound like some horrid poltergeist haunting with objects thrown and evil lurking around. But I truly believe not all aspects of the paranormal are spooky and scary. Sometimes they are strange, but they're wholesome. The experiences can be enlightening. Maybe we do share our lives with others who have passed on and who just want to make themselves aware from time to time. Maybe to watch over us. Who knows? It's all complex, but I do believe that I have had ghosts follow me around all my life. My boyfriend talks in his sleep. This is an actual, true story about what happened in December. I didn't think about posting the story here until just now, but here I am sharing it. For the sake of anonymity, places and names will be switched out. My boyfriend and I have been together for over 2 years now. When this occurred, we had also been living together in an apartment for almost a year. I will refer to him as John and myself as Jane. One thing about my boyfriend is that he is. I wouldn't call him psychic or a medium. Both he and some of his family just have the ability to feel their presence. Something that no one can see or hear, but he and his other relatives can just notice. This was prevalent a lot in the first apartment we lived in, as the place was quite old. John would feel some type of energy in the apartment every now and then. Since I'm a person who can get quite spooked, I quickly told him to save the stories of the presences he could pick up until we had moved out of there. Kindly enough of him, he did. John has shared some of the details after we moved away from there, and they were pretty creepy, in my opinion. When we then moved into our current apartment, which was built pretty recently, John could confirm that he did not feel any of those energies in there. I was relieved by this, as I'm sure you can understand. Another thing about John is that he talks in his sleep. It happens about once a week, as far as I'm aware. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, but I can sometimes wake up to him talking nonsense or giggling out of nowhere. It's usually just a sentence, if even that. Sometimes it's just a word or two. I have tried several times to record him in his sleep, but so far I have had no luck with that plan. With all of this information shared, let me tell you the story that led me to write this in the first place. In the beginning of December, me, John, and my dad decided to go visit my grandma. I hadn't seen her for quite some time, and she lives about a 2-hour drive away from us. And my grandma has this doll. She's called Rebecca. It's a regular plastic doll with blonde hair and is the size of a small child. When I was growing up, my dad would tell me these stories of Rebecca the doll. Stories about her making things move places when he was home alone as a kid. I had, of course, shared these stories with John, and we would laugh at them. As a woman in her early 20s, I wouldn't say that I was scared of Rebecca. I'm not even sure if I believed the stories that my dad told me. But having seen a lot of horror movies, many of them containing dolls, I had grown to respect Rebecca. There is no need to provoke her, just to stay on the safe side. When visiting my grandma, I, of course, needed to show John the doll. She's placed in the corner of my grandma's bedroom, so me and John went in there. Out of nowhere, John decides to flip his finger at Rebecca. I instantly felt panic and told John to apologize to Rebecca to be on the safe side. John said no, laughed it off, and left the room. I quickly followed. I didn't want to be left alone in the room with that doll, especially after what had just happened. We returned home that same night, neither of us talking about the doll for the rest of that day. I had honestly forgotten about it already, since we also decided to visit my cousins who lived in the same town as my grandma. Me and John went to sleep around midnight. Despite being a heavy sleeper, my boyfriend falls asleep before I do most nights. This happened that night as well. I remember that I was just about to fall asleep, but John nudged me with his elbow as if he were looking for me. He said Jane several times. I gave up on ignoring him and asked what he wanted. "What are you doing?" he said. I asked him what he meant. "Why are you standing there in the corner?" He responded. I instantly got chills down my spine. "What do you mean?" I asked back. "Yes, you're there in the corner. Why are you staring at me?" He replied. The room was pitch black. If there were indeed someone standing in the corner of the room, there is no way either of us could have seen it. "No, what are you talking about?" "I'm lying next to you," I responded, terrified at this point. "Oh, right, okay," he said. Then he was quiet again, sleeping heavily. I felt ridiculous taking my phone and pointing the flashlight towards the corners of the room. Of course, I would not see anything, but just knowing that my boyfriend had felt something with us in the room was enough for me to barely get any sleep that night. When waking up the next morning, John had no recollection of what had happened during the night. When I told him, he laughed at me and apologized for ruining my sleep. At first, I thought he was lying, that the whole thing had been a prank just to scare me. But John is a terrible liar, and I know he was honest about him having slept through the whole thing. For Christmas, we went back to my grandma. I went back into her bedroom, and I apologized to Rebecca on behalf of John and myself. Nothing similar has happened since. I have shared this story with friends and family, all of whom have thought it was funny. I just can't shake the feeling that it was actually Rebecca's presence in our bedroom that night. We had upset her, and she followed us home. Only I knew. I've always wanted to share this story, but it's hard to get across the severity of the environment to really hit home. But it changed my perspective entirely and immediately. I was in basic army training. At some point in the cycle, an employee of a company came to your battalion to talk to you about t-shirt designs. Not important, but what's important is that somehow it happened that I had a second alone with an older employee, which is really not allowed. You always need to have someone with you. But it just happened while I was waiting. So we were talking, and he started to tell me that the buildings have changed so much since he started. There is an indoor staircase with a door straight into every bay, the bug opening room where you sleep with your company or gender. He said that the inside of that stairway higher up used to be open just like the bottom, but they added walls all the way up because one year, a trainee jumped and committed suicide, like 10 plus years ago. Now, suicides in general aren't anything new. It's not special news. In fact, when I was in basic, someone at another fort did just that. Regardless, I made the decision right then to keep that to myself. The place was creaky enough, and everyone was stressed enough. That's the important part. I watched this man come to the barracks and leave. I was the only one alone with him at any point. I told no one what he said to me. I let it go. Sometime later, probably a week or two later, I was on fire guard. Fire guard is basically a night shift with one other person for 1 hour before you wake up the next pair. One person cleans, and one person watches the door. If you're familiar with basic, you can skip this paragraph. If you're not, this is some important information to explain why this was so crazy to me. When the lights are off, you do not go anywhere. You're not allowed to leave the bays on your own accord during the day, much less at night. That is grounds for an immediate kick out of the cycle. You cannot make a noise, you can't be up writing letters, and you can't be sitting and counting the ceiling times. You're in bed, and you're so exhausted that you want to be. If you have to go to the bathrooms, which are connected to the bays, you go to the fire guard desk person and write your name down. It's absolutely silent. The kind of silence that rings in your ears. You can hear everything in the building. Periodically through the cycle, the drill sergeant on duty at night will check the bays and ask for your accountability. Because it's so quiet, you can hear him coming the second he moves on the ground floor. So, the ghost part. I was in the back sweeping for a while before going to switch out with the desk person. When I get there, she immediately tells me, I don't want to be alone. I'm freaked out. I ask why, of course, and she tells me, I keep hearing noises. I thought it was the drill sergeant, but I haven't heard a single door open. I keep hearing footsteps and then the sound of something falling. When I told you in that moment that I entirely understood the phrase, my heart dropped. I didn't know what to say. Footsteps and the sound of something falling? That is so incredibly specific. To be hearing noises at all is honestly weird, but the sound of something falling? Repeatedly? No one in their right mind would sneak out in the middle of the night just to make noise. And even if they did, she would have absolutely heard a noise. It just freaked me out so bad that I can't ever describe it. What else could I think? What else could I make of it? Neither of us left each other's side that night. After this incident, I did tell her about the suicide. She did not know. Even now, I know it doesn't sound that crazy, but I just can't get across how strict this environment was. I'm sure anyone reading this is going to think, someone snuck out of the bays. The drill sergeant was bored. I just can't communicate how quiet that place is at night or how audible the staircase and doors are. And I forgot to tack on, the main staircase in question was only used by the females and drill sergeants. The males had to use the smaller individual ones. If a male did sneak out, the female staircase is the absolute last place you'd want to be making noise. You'd be packed out of the cycle in a nanosecond. And yes, it had cameras. I've never been able to make sense of it, and I don't think I will. I was the only one who talked to that man. I think it would have been better if I were the one sitting at the desk. I could have convinced myself that I was just scaring myself. And I just want to add this on since I'm here. Another ghost story from Basic, but it's much smaller. Me and the other fireguard trainee were both sitting at the desk, slacking off. Remember how I mentioned that if you want to go to the bathroom, you have to sign your name in and out? That was because we had to report on people in the bathroom and not currently in bed too. 1. No one signed to go to the bathroom. 2. The lights in the bathroom stay on no matter what, so if the door is opened, you'll see a huge flash of light. Believe me, it's obnoxious enough to start multiple arguments with the people close to it. 3. As mentioned, the place is horribly quiet. So imagine how freaked out we were when there was just, out of nowhere, the most comical drawn-out creak of the stall door slowly swinging open or shut. We immediately look at each other, saying nothing. We wait for someone to move, for someone to come out, for the sink to turn on. It never happens. The stall door just decided to do a full rotation on its own. It was not a squeak. It was a very pronounced, long ee-hee-ee, exactly like you hear in bad horror movies. No, the bathrooms did not have a single window. The bays did, but they in fact did not open at all. There was no wind, but if it were some mysterious gust from a vent, it would not have managed to slowly move a single stall door all the way open. This one does get to me, but at the end of the day, it's a generic things that go bump in the night story. The warnings. Due to the nature of my job, I will be changing the names of everyone involved in and or affected by one of the most terrifying nights I have ever had. The things I'm about to share actually happened to me one night while at work. I am what's known as a personal care attendant or direct support worker. I work one-on-one with a disabled client. My client at the time was around 29 years old and had been in a freak accident 3 years prior. He was accidentally shot in the neck by a stray bullet when he was sitting outside on his grandpa's porch, leaving him quadriplegic. I have worked for him for many years. He lived in my cousin's home with his 4 daughters. At that time, I worked from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. while my cousin was at work. I do everything my client is unable to do, from housework to cooking to daily tasks he needs help with, as well as taking care of his 4 kids. After I put all the kids to bed and got Nate settled for the night, I went through the house and made sure all the lights were turned off and all the doors were locked. They had a security system as well, but for some reason I forgot to arm it at that time. It was about 10 o'clock at night when I went to my cousin's bedroom to watch a movie on my laptop before going to sleep. About an hour into the movie, I headed to the kitchen for something to drink. It was dark, but I am used to the layout and didn't bother turning the lights on. When I heard a sound coming from the front door, I didn't immediately recognize it. It was the doorknob rattling. I have experienced a lot of paranormal activity over the years in this house, and I peeked out to see if anyone was at the door and saw no one. So I assumed it was just that. I checked all the doors and windows, made sure everyone was okay, and went back to the bedroom to finish my movie. After about 10 minutes, my laptop started acting up. It froze and was making a really strange, high-pitched noise I'd never heard before. I restarted it, and it did it again. I shrugged it off, decided I was getting tired anyway, and thought about going to bed. I started to lie down when I heard footsteps in the hallway heading in the direction of the kids' room and the bedroom I was in, so I got up, flipped the hall light on, and peeked out the door into the hallway. No one. But I again walked through the house, checking on everybody and making sure everything was locked up. I started feeling very anxious at this point and knew I wouldn't be able to sleep now, so I turned the TV on and the volume down so I wouldn't disturb anyone when I heard a very familiar voice say my name. It sounded exactly like my dad, except my dad passed away nearly 10 years prior to this. I sat up and looked around the room. Again, no one. Now I'm thinking I'm not going to sleep at all. The activity was kicking up more than usual, so I decided to use the voice recorder to figure out what was going on. I captured the voice of a young boy. My client's children are all girls. After asking some questions, it sounded like he said, "You need to be careful." I tried to ask more questions, but I was so tired. Out of the corner of my eye, in the reflection of the large picture frame, I saw something move. I also heard the movement and turned to look. I couldn't see anything in front of me, but I swear to God I could see my uncles, who had passed a few years prior, reflection in the glass of the picture frame. Then I heard him say, "You can't go to sleep." I'm a paranormal investigator, and not a lot freaks me out, but I'd never experienced this kind of activity before. It was close to 2 a.m. at this point, and almost 3 hours of constant, Unexplained activity. I decided I'd had enough, and I walked over to the nightstand, grabbed the remote to arm the security system, pushed the button to arm it, and thought, this is crazy. I need to just try to get some sleep. I had to be up in a few hours to get the girls ready for school. I stuck my knee on the bed, and at that exact moment someone kicked in the back door to the house, which was located in the kitchen, and the security system went off. It was extremely loud, and lights were flashing all over the outside of the house. I grabbed my phone and ran toward the open back door. I didn't see anyone and dialed 911. One of my biggest fears is someone breaking in, and as I was on the phone, I was checking to make sure everyone was all right and there wasn't anyone actually in the house. My cousin called because the security system company had called him because of the alarm being triggered, and he had told them it was probably an accident. I told him to call them back. Someone just kicked your fucking back door in, and I'm not turning this alarm system off until the police get here. We never found out who tried to break into the house, but you cannot convince me that all the paranormal activity I experienced that night was not a warning about what was going to happen that night. It was truly as if they were purposely doing things to get my attention so I wouldn't forget to set that alarm by keeping me awake. I'm not really afraid of the paranormal, it's the living that I tend to worry about. And this is a perfect example of that. What was haunting my Nana's home? When I was a kid, my Nana lived in an old, historical house built sometime around the 1920s on a street called Elgin. It was a 4-bed, 2-bath, 2-story house that was painted red with white trim. As I'm researching this home, some 15 plus years from the last time I was there, I've learned that the home is considered historical in its city, and the woman who owned it was an Oklahoma historical figure. For privacy reasons, I will leave out details on the original homeowner and other information on the home so that the property can stay protected. If you figure it out, don't be an ass and go there. It's boarded up anyway. Continuing on, when my Nana rented the home, she was living with her boyfriend, her youngest daughter, my aunt, and several pets. The only two of which I can recall are a pug named Pugsley, a gray cat called Chinley, and a Siamese cat named Taterbug. Taterbug was a jerk, but I adored him nonetheless. There were, of course, several other pets, but my memory is hazy. Taterbug is the only one, that I know of, who plays a big part in the happenings at the Elgin house. I don't remember the layout of the inside of the house much, but I remember we entered through the back door usually, and there was a staircase between the kitchen and dining area that led upstairs. Past the dining room was a large living room with a bay window and the front door. The room was divided in half, with an old double door in the center that led to the other side of the living room and a hallway leading to my aunt's room and a bathroom, I believe. I have no memory of what was upstairs except for the master bedroom closet that spanned the length of the entire upstairs area. I think there may have been a small office upstairs because I feel as though my Nana's boyfriend at the time kept war memorabilia from his father in a room upstairs. That is the best way I can describe the interior. First, I would like to say that an experience widely felt by many of my family members was that if you wanted to go up the stairs, you would feel hands pushing you up. The staircase was an L shape, so as kids would normally grab something to sit on and slide down the two sections, but any time we walked up, it was like two hands were pressing on our shoulder blades, ushering us. When asking my older brother what he recalled from the home, he said, "Elgin never did anything to me. It seemed to like me, you, and our cousin for some reason." Shifting focus to my aunt, who lived there at the time, she said that her cat, Chinley, seemed possessed while they lived there, and that she perched on the ledge till she was so exhausted she'd fall asleep and fall off. She lost so much weight. Though I believe Chinley made it to the next house just fine and lived a happy rest of her life, Taterbug was also subjected to whatever was in the home, tormenting him. As a kid, I hated Taterbug because he was a mean little guy, but later in life, I realized he was a sweet cat, and that house may have provoked him more than I thought. Before I get to Taterbug's tale, I feel that it's worth mentioning a few more stories. Like the time that my aunt one day called her mom, my Nana, hysterical and said that someone was bouncing a bowling ball upstairs. Of course, when my Nana got him, that was exactly what it sounded like, a bowling ball being dropped from the top floor, that they never knew what caused it. At some point, my Nana and her boyfriend stopped sleeping upstairs. I don't know how soon that happened, but I know that all of my memories have them downstairs, in the second half of the living room. Either their bed or a couch was against the double doors, so they kept them shut and locked and slept there. I remember watching Jeepers Creepers in that house and feeling dread in my stomach. like something was watching with me. My cousins would also watch movies with me there, and more often than not, you could find us playing around outside in the dirt. However, one day, my twin cousins were being babysat by my Nana's boyfriend when they wanted to play hide and seek. It would take a while to find them, though. My Nana's boyfriend was freaking out, and when Nana got home, the girls had been hiding for a while, and the one place they hadn't thought the twins would be was where they found them. The twins were sitting in the very back of that long, dark closet, for God knows how long. There was also an instance where the twins managed to climb on the roof from the window at the top of the stairs when no one was looking, but we are unsure whether or not that has anything to do with the Elgin house or childish curiosity. To finish this story, I'll finally tell you about Taterbug and his experience. Like I mentioned before, Taterbug was a Siamese cat with the most beautiful blue eyes and one hell of a temper. He was fiercely loyal to my Nana and was often present in their downstairs sleeping area. One day, my Nana and her boyfriend are watching TV and hanging out when Taterbug starts to puff up and starts freaking out. Suddenly, he bolts from the room, and they hear a thump in the other part of the living room. When they went to check on what happened, my Nana told me that there had been a framed picture of her boyfriend's dad on the fireplace mantel that now sat face down in the middle of the floor with Taterbug on top, holding it down. He had been losing it over this picture, but when my Nana managed to get him off, they turned the frame over to reveal no damage. There was not a single crack in the glass of the frame. Despite it practically flying across half the room and hitting the floor, it had zero damage. I wonder if they put the photo back or if they left it off of the mantel. I'm not sure. What I do know is that there is undeniably more that happened in the Elgin house. I just haven't had the chance to get more information. The house is boarded up now, and I think my Nana was the last person to live in it. Despite being declared a historical home the last time I saw it, there have seemingly been no efforts in reconstruction. So, what do you think? Perhaps a poltergeist? Or maybe the spirit of the man who fought in a war and whose memorabilia resided in the home? I'm not sure, but what I do know is that whatever it was, I hope it isn't there still. This is a story I do not often tell. I promise, sincerely, that this has scarred me for life, and although I have looked into psychological explanations for what I heard and natural explanations for what occurred, they remain unsatisfactory. When I was a child, I was scared of the dark. I swore to my mother that I heard voices in it. They were not evil, but they were not familiar, and so they scared me. It was not uncommon in the middle of the night for me to wake up and hear whispers, as I would call them when asking my mom. She figured they were just bumps in the night, and typical kid nightmare material. I tried often to explain to her that it was more than that they sounded different from one another the way people's voices do. On some nights, I would get so scared from these whispers that I would sleep in my mom's bed with her. It was an added bonus that the bathroom was directly outside of her bedroom door for my late-night tinkles. I should add at this point that when walking out into the hall to go to the bathroom, you look directly down the stairs that would lead you into my living room on the first floor, as my mom's bedroom was on the second floor. On one such night, around Christmas, I awoke and felt the need to relieve myself. I walked out at the door and distinctly heard the phrase, "Look," and, to my astonishment, a red light, almost like a spotlight, was cast upon the wall at the very bottom of the stairs. The light had no other source. It was by itself, and I was transfixed by it. Being a little kid, and it only being a few days from Christmas, I knew what this light was. It was Santa. How else could he get into my house to know I was being a good boy? I was so excited that I began walking down the stairs to greet him, picking up my pace after the second step as it began to creep off the wall and fade into the darkness in my living room. That's when I heard him. A very strong, masculine voice. Different from the first. Not at all like my father's. Not to say he isn't masculine. It was just distinctly different. It said, "Stop. Right now. Go back up those stairs." I listened, turned around, and what happened next? I am not sure I would believe if someone had told me this same story. After reaching the top of the stairs, I heard a very loud crash that sent me running back to my mother's bed, where I jumped straight under the covers and stayed there the whole night. When we awoke the next morning, the poinsettia lights, little Christmas flower lights that glowed red, my mother had put on the railing down the stairs were pulled straight down to the bottom of the stairs, some broken from what seemed like a forceful tear. Laying in a single pile, the dry sink in my living room had fallen from the wall. My mother could not explain it. My father was worried we had been the victims of a home invasion. My sister was crying. There was nothing missing. Nobody had broken in. and there did not seem to be any reason this had happened. And then I saw it, and I kept quiet about it because I was so afraid that I could not force words out of my mouth. There, on the edge of the wooden dry sink, which had been facing up, were 3 indentations where the finish on the wood had been worn, almost as if in a forceful grip. Something down there had grabbed it and threw it down. That was what the bang was. I was mortified. After that day, I never heard a single voice again. I do not like to imagine what was waiting downstairs for me that night, if it was anything at all, but I can tell you that the reality was that something had physically acted upon 2 things in my house near the bottom of that stairwell. After this, I never heard another whisper again, which is sad, because in some ways I would have liked to thank the man, masculine energy, who had stopped me from going down those stairs. This happened when I was 7 or 7.5, as I liked to say at the time. I am 20 years old now, and because of this incident, I am still afraid of the dark, especially shadowy stairwells. Disclaimer: I submitted this in the past. All events are true. My house was built in 1904. It is a single-family home with a wood frame set on a concrete block foundation. I have been living here for about 12 years. Of all the weird things that my siblings and I have seen or heard in this house, this one event is my favorite. This happened to my brother. About 10 years ago, my brother and his best friend started a garage band playing mostly Spanish rock, or alternative music, but in Spanish. His friends could only get together on Sunday afternoons. They would practice into the early evening. They would usually call it quits by 8 p.m. This was the time I usually showed up and went to bed because I worked the graveyard shift. This happened in late fall, so the days were getting shorter. They had just finished a long session when the decision to head to someone else's house came about. My brother handed his car keys to his buddy so they could load up the equipment. Everyone had filed out of the basement. The tricky part was that they needed to walk all the way to the back of the basement, up the back stairs, to the kitchen doorway, down the hall, into the living room, and out into the front porch. Everyone was outside, sitting in my brother's truck, waiting for him. My brother was walking up the back stairs when he remembered that he had left his pancakes in a to-go container sitting on a speaker in the basement. He made the decision to go back. Now the basement is not clean. With full sight lines, there have been partitions made, and the boiler and main heating unit are right smack in the middle. So after my brother walks back, he is about to retrieve his food container when, out of the corner of his eye, he sees it. It is a shadowy figure. Right in his peripheral vision, this feeling of dread and uneasiness washed over my brother. We had been taught that if you are in the presence of a spirit or ghost and you feel a bad vibe, you should say a quick prayer or cuss at it. My brother chose the latter. He basically just said, "Hey, fuck you. I don't have time for this shit." My brother started to walk to the back of the basement and briskly up the stairs, closing doors and turning off lights as he was walking out. The last light switch was on the opposite side of the front door. Luckily, the door was open, and the light from the street lamp was flooding the living room with its amber light. My brother said he felt something at his back, but at no point did he turn around. As he flicked the last switch, the living room went dark, as did the rest of the house. As he stepped out, he pulled on the door, closing it behind him. Still holding his food container in one hand, he jogged down the few porch steps and walked towards the front gate. Our house resides far from the main street, essentially having a large front yard but no rear garage. As he closed the gap between himself and his friend-laden truck, he kind of smiled and thought things over in his head, mad at himself for spooking out when there was no reason. He climbed into the driver's side of the truck, putting on his seatbelt and getting ready to pull out of the parking spot directly in front of the house, when one of his friends asked, "Hey, wait, what about your brother? Isn't he coming with us?" My brother answered, "What do you mean? He went to work early tonight. He is already gone. Do you see his car anywhere?" The next question they asked was, "So then who was walking behind you when you were leaving the house?" My friend and a few of his college buddies were going on a ghost hunt and had heard about some graveyards where children murdered by their mothers had been buried. The graveyard was located off the main road, so my friend parked his car on the side of the road, and the group, 5 to 7 people, I believe, got out and followed the small path through the woods for a couple minutes to get to the graveyard. Once there, nothing exciting happened for the first 10 minutes or so, and they had tried everything the website or wherever they heard the story told them to do, with nothing resulting. They got bored, and being typical inebriated college kids, they started taunting the supposed ghost of the mother. This continued for a few minutes before they tired and decided to go back to the car as one of the girls had to go to the bathroom. Once they got back to the car, my friend, the sober driver, tried opening the handle without unlocking the car because he hadn't locked it in the first place, but found it locked. He attributed this to bad memory at the time. The group drove home, laughing and talking like normal. After he had dropped all the others off at their homes, he went back to his own house. He got in at the same time as one of his roommates, who stopped and waited for him to pull in. The roommate had his phone out and shined the light in the window when his friend pulled in as a joke. What he saw were tiny, baby-sized handprints all over the windows. As soon as my friend got out, he went into the house without saying a word to the roommate. The roommate, confused, went back to the car and tried to rub one of the handprints. They were on the inside of the window. To this day, my friend will not speak of his drive home after he dropped off his other friends and has since sold the car without ever driving it again. My own story. This one is from my own experience. I was driving home with a friend from a tournament we had gone to about 2 to 3 hours away. The whole weekend, it had been raining and storming very hard, and a lot of roads were flooded. This was Indiana, so a bunch of side roads and bridges were just gone. We had to reroute around 231, since a huge section of it was underwater from where a river had flooded. We ended up going through a few side towns and back roads that were a lot higher, away from other bodies of water. We were driving through one small town, and I was navigating with the GPS in the car. I would glance at it every once in a while, but I was also paying attention to what was going on outside the car, as it was still raining pretty heavily. The GPS directed us on a road that connected up with a more main one, and we were driving on it just fine when suddenly, my buddy slammed on the brakes. We're in the middle of a graveyard, and the road just ends. I look down at the GPS and then show my buddy that the road continues straight on and straight back the way we came, according to the GPS screen. He shrugs, turns around, and then we start back the way we came. Now, we had been telling ghost stories, and I was not at all sleepy or tired. We had driven on the one road the last 15 miles or so, directly through the town and on into the countryside, before we encountered the graveyard. On the way back, we made 5 to 6 turns within this graveyard, through which we had just come on a straight road that also suddenly spanned back a mile or so, before finally getting back onto the straight road we thought we were on before. I looked at the GPS again, and it was rerouting. When it finished, the route it wanted us to take was make a U-turn and continue on County Road 200N for 10 miles. We both turned around in our seats to confirm that we had indeed just driven through a huge graveyard, with many turns and twists in the road leading back into it. Instead, we saw the road dead-ended into a small graveyard. We immediately drove back to the town in the opposite direction of the graveyard and took a different route home. When I was a kid in the suburbs of Chicago, adventure meant Quetico Provincial Park, up on the border of Minnesota and Canada. The name implies that the place was small, but Quetico is a million-acre nature preserve, so big that you could go days and days without seeing another soul. We would go on camping trips up there, weeks of canoeing and portaging, seeing bears, moose, and deer, sleeping under star-soaked skies. The park was isolated and so pristine that you can actually drink the water straight from the lakes. But I won't be going back to Quetico anytime soon. Not after what happened to a girl named Frances Brandywine. Frances was 17 at the time, black-haired and with a reckless nature, determined always to leave the well-trod path, to break new ground, and to be alone. A few years ago, Frances was up in Quetico with her family. They were in a remote part of the park, camped on the shore of one of the deeper lakes, a lonely body of water carved millions of years ago by a passing glacier. The deep part of this particular lake was rumored to be about 300 feet. One night, after her family went to bed, Frances took the rowboat out, planning to find a quiet spot in the middle of the lake, lay on the bench of the boat, look up at the sky, and maybe write in her journal. So she left the shore, rowed for about 20 minutes, and when she felt satisfied that she was over the lake's deepest spot, she lay down on the bench and looked up at the night sky. The stars were very bright, and the aurora borealis was shimmering like a neon lasso. She was feeling very peaceful. Then she heard something strange. It was like a knock. Clop, clop. She sat up, guessing that the boat had drifted to shore and run aground. But she looked around the boat, and she was still a half-mile from shore. She leaned over the side to see if she'd hit anything, but she saw nothing, no log, no rocks. She lay back down. She told herself it could be any number of things, a fish, a turtle, or a stick that had drifted under the boat. She relaxed again and soon fell into a contented reverie. She had just closed her eyes when she heard another knock. This time it was louder, a crisp plop, 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 like the sound of someone knocking hard on a wooden door, except this knocking was coming from the bottom of the boat. Now she was scared. She leaned over the side again. It had to be an animal. But what kind of animal would knock like that? 3 quick, loud knocks in rapid succession. Her mouth went dry. She held on to each side of the boat, and now she could only wait to see if it happened again. The silence stretched out. A few minutes passed, and just as she began to think she'd imagined it all, the knocks came again, but this time louder. Bam, bam, bam. She had to leave. She lunged for the oars. She got them in place and began rowing. The water was very calm, so she should have made quick progress. But after rowing feverishly, she looked around, and she realized that she wasn't moving at all. Something was keeping her exactly where she was. Again, she tried rowing. She rowed and rowed on the verge of tears, but she went nowhere. She stopped. She was exhausted. Her heavy breathing filled the air. She cried. She sobbed. But soon she calmed herself again, and the boat was silent again for 10 minutes, then 20. Again, she tricked herself into thinking she'd imagined it all. But just like before, just when she was beginning to get a grip on herself, the knocking came again, this time as loud as a bass drum. Boom, boom, boom. The floorboards of the boat shook with each knock. Now that she was so shaken, she started making questionable decisions. The first was to lower one of the oars into the black water, trying to feel if there was some landmass or even some creature she could touch. As soon as the oar broke the water's surface, though, she felt a strong, silent tug at the other end, and the oar was pulled under. She screamed, she jumped back, and now she had no options. All she could do was sit, pope, and wait for the morning to come, wait for whatever was going to happen to happen. The knocking went on through the night. She passed the time writing in her notebook, and it's only because of this notebook that we know what happened that night. Frances can't tell us. She was never seen again. The boat was found on shore the next day, empty, but for the journal. On those pages were her frantic jottings, all written in her distinctive handwriting, all but the last page. When the journal was found, that page was still wet, and on it were 4 words, looking as if they'd been written quickly, with a muddy finger. They said, "I did knock first." True story. My brother once lived in a flat in the downtown of Mt. Clemens, Michigan. The Clem was known to be a hotspot for bads back in the Depression era and was booming with activity. Nowadays, it has some rundown parts. This is where my brother rented his flat. It was a giant old raggedy house that was now separated into multiple odd apartments. Anyways, long story short, he always admitted to odd experiences, cabinet doors opening up, things missing, but one peculiar oddity was that he was always missing boxers and underwear from his drawer. He admitted that he thought his house was haunted and that the ghost had a crush on him. Never anything violent or disturbing, just odd things. Later on, he starts dating his future ex-wife. She starts coming around, and he notices that the oddities begin to increase. New oddities began to occur. His girlfriend would always find her shoes, which were left on a mat inside the apartment, outside the door on the patio in the morning. She'd always tell my brother to stop putting her shoes outside. He had an idea of why, but didn't want to frighten her. Besides, it wasn't hurting anyone, right? Well, things started getting worse. He comes home from work, and his girlfriend, who was staying there while he was gone, claims that the stove burner kept lighting itself. She'd walk into the kitchen, and it would be lit. She'd turn it off, and shortly later it'd be lit again. Then, one night, my brother wakes up in the middle of the night and sees his girlfriend sitting at the end of the bed. He not only sees, but also feels her near his feet, staring at him. He calls out for her to come back to bed, but she doesn't respond, so he calls out louder, telling her to come to bed and asking what's wrong. His girlfriend then asks what he's doing. He turns, and she's sleeping next to him. He turns back. No one is at the end of the bed. Now, he's freaked out but doesn't want to scare his girlfriend from coming over to his place. A few nights later, they're both sleeping, and he wakes up to his girlfriend screaming. He looks over, and she's sleeping but thrashing around, holding onto her neck. He doesn't see anything, so he starts yelling and shaking her to wake her up. After a few shakes, she wakes up crying and terrified. She starts telling my brother about how real her dream felt, that a woman was strangling her, telling her to get out, that she doesn't belong there, and to leave her man alone. Her neck had red marks on it, possibly from herself trying to defend herself, but they believed it to be from something else. My brother then comes clean with her, and they decide to do some research and find out that the address that they live in was an old brothel back in the day that the rich baiters used to stay in. My brother lived in that house for a few more weeks before he could locate a new place. She never came back to stay the night, and he never experienced anything aggressive while there. Still, kinda fucked up though. I know my brother, and I can tell when he's lying. This shit was legit, and when she talked about it, you could see how shaken up she was. Edit. Second story added. Alright, so I used to date this girl whose family told me about this. I'll try to make this quick. LSS, she tells me that when she was a little girl, she woke up at night to see this old man who was literally on fire and staring at her in her room. She freaked out and hid under the covers, yelling for her parents. When her parents rushed in, they saw nothing. She refused to sleep in her room, so her parents changed her room, and that was the last of them. Her parents convinced her it was a nightmare, and eventually she believed that was all it was. Fast forward, when she moved out of college, her parents called her and told her that her little brother, now sleeping in that room, had exactly the same thing happen to him. They said that they never spoke of the nightmare after it happened to her because they believed that was all it was. They also knew how terrified she was, so they would hope that she'd forget about it. Therefore, there was no way that her brother could have just repeated what he heard. When I was dating her, her brother was a teenager, and they both talked about what they saw and claimed they saw the exact same thing, detail for detail. The parents were pretty freaked out about it. Still, no one knows what the hell it was or why it was there. Creepy, man. Not heard, but experienced. I was on a college ghost hunt with a guy named Chris Fleming. Cool dude. We did all the normal college ghost hunt stuff, walking to supposedly haunted dorms and experiencing some cool stuff, but nothing crazy. The city we were in had this special place called the Ghost Trestle. It was basically a railroad bridge in the middle of a cornfield that had a dirt road underneath it. Anyway, during the ghost hunt with this guy, who was actually featured on Ghost Adventures, we told him about this place. He was pumped and rushed through the rest of the college ghost hunt. He, his assistant, and a few of my friends took 2 cars with all his equipment to this Ghost Trestle. When we got there, a train was coming, so he interviewed us on camera to tell the story about this place. The story. Back a long time ago, there was a farmhouse, still there but rebuilt, and a farmer, his wife, and his son escaped a fire in the house. Also on fire were the horse stables. The farmer ran in to try and rescue the horse before they succumbed to the fire, while the wife and son went away down a train that was passing by. The story ends with the farmer dying in the stable fire, and as the wife and child were waving down the train, they were struck and killed. To this day, if you park your car under the bridge while a train crosses you above, it is supposed to open up another dimensional world to be able to communicate. Well, we show up, and of course, to our luck, there is a train coming. We all freaked out and got pumped while the medium, Chris Fleming, attempted to communicate. We were all taking pictures and began to experience weird technological failures. My camera, which was my own, began flashing and taking multiple pictures. The same thing was occurring with our disposable camera, which Chris Fleming's assistant had. At one point, we began to see stuff mostly out of the corner of our eyes, and Chris attempted to communicate, but whatever spirit was there seemed more intimidated. He, Chris, believed it to be the spirit of the little boy. We would every now and then see a figure poking its head out from behind a concrete wall under the tracks. It seemed like it was playing hide and seek. That's when I snapped an image. The picture is not large enough to see, but if you are able to get a larger size, you can see a bright ball of light and mist surrounding it when zooming in close. I can honestly say that I was young and thought this stuff was a hoax and just fun for college kids to pretend. Until this night, when we had a real professional experience, we all did the same thing. Fast forward to a year or 2 after this event. I came to this same place for the first time since the night we went with Chris Fleming. This time it was just me and my then GF. I parked under the bridge, turned off the car and lights, and took the key out of the ignition. We were joking together about how we were getting too old for this stuff. And when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw a black shadow flash by the rear window of my car, followed by some noises that sounded like someone was running towards my car. My heart never raced so fast to put my key into the ignition, peel it out, and get out of there. Whatever it was, it didn't seem like it wanted us there, and I have yet to drive under or by the bridge since. Not a ghost story, but a creepy story one of my buddies once told me. Here's a little context for the story. I played football with this guy in college who served in the Air Force, and he used to run security details for bases, all-night jobbies where he and his squad mate would drive around in Humvees all night searching the perimeter of the base. It was a Saturday night when I heard this story, and we were all quite drunk at the time, so bear with me in my memory. It was one night, and Matt, my friend, and his squad mate, let's call him Craig, were doing an average patrol, driving through these Kansas plains, searching the area around their base. I remember Matt telling me how out in Kansas, there were tons of old abandoned houses that were left during the Dust Bowl and other problems. Seeing an abandoned house was a normal occurrence for these guys, so they never thought anything of it. But it was this particular night that Matt's squad mate, Craig, was feeling adventurous and wanted to check one out. After a few minutes, they found this old abandoned house planted in the middle of the fields and drove up to it. As they got out, Matt told us he had a very bad feeling about it. Just one of those feelings deep in the pit of your stomach that you don't like, you know? He said to us, and we all knew what he was talking about. Naturally, Matt went against this gut feeling and jumped out of the Humvee with Craig, who, if I remember correctly, was extremely eager about this whole situation and scoping out this old house in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. They parked about 30 meters from the house, he said, and slowly approached it, lit only by moonlight. As they got closer, Matt said that the feeling in his stomach began to get worse and worse, yet he still ignored it. The two walked up to the door, porch creaking and all. Matt said that Craig was on point, as he suggested the idea. As the two approached the door, they knocked, and everyone's surprise, there was no answer. The two proceeded to enter the house and began to look around. Matt said he felt uneasy, so at this point he raised his standard issue rifle and began to tactically clear this abandoned house. The one thing that Matt said stood out was that the house was completely intact on the inside, and it looked like the previous owners had just up and left one day, leaving everything behind. The table was still set and all. Upon seeing this, Matt began to feel uneasy. As the two proceeded through the house looking around, Craig suggested they go upstairs to see what was up there, but Matt was to take the lead, which, feeling uneasy about, he did. He said that as he crept up the stairs with his weapon shouldered, it began to get colder and colder. Keep in mind, it's the middle of August, so it's hotter than two rats fucking in a wool sock outside. But it began to get chilly, like creepy chilly, Matt told us. As he entered the first room he came upon, he noticed something odd. Two beds were laid out in what looked like a little girl's room. What Matt told us then has stuck with me since that fall night. Matt told us that what pushed him over the edge to leave the house was that there were clothes laid out on the bed as they were set up for school the next morning, but that morning never came. At this point, Matt wanted to get the fuck out of the house, yet Craig was still feeling adventurous. As the two were about to exit this house, Craig spotted the basement door, slightly cracked yet not fully ajar. And Matt told us he saw a glimmer in his eyes, like that, "Oh, we're definitely doing this, look." Matt wasn't having any of this, so he told Craig to take point. Craig eagerly did. Craig began to crack the door open, still with his weapon and flashlight on, and began to proceed down the stairs. Matt is only a few steps behind him, but suddenly, as Craig reached the bottom of the steps, he turned a corner and stopped dead in his tracks. Matt, still behind the corner, not knowing what was behind it, asked Craig, "Well, what's down here?" Not a word from Craig. Matt turned around to look at Craig and noticed his face had turned ghost white, with a 1,000-yard stare on his face. And Craig proceeded to push Matt out of the way, nonchalantly walking up the stairs and walking out of the house, not looking back. Matt followed behind him, not looking around the corner. As the two got back in the vehicle, Craig said not one word for the rest of their shift. Nothing. No matter how many times he asked him what he saw, Craig said nothing. To this day, Craig will still never talk about what he saw when he turned that corner, and he's the only one who knows what was in that basement. Matt told us that whenever it is brought up, Craig turns that ghost white and quietly sits there with a blank look. I'm sorry for all of the grammar issues, guys, but it's 1:45 a.m., and I'm really tired. I just hope this doesn't get buried. It took me a while to write this out. Here's another anecdote that I originally posted with an old username. The story itself is a few months old now, but I copied and pasted the text, so it is still written as if it just happened several days ago. My grandmother is in a nursing home after suffering a stroke a few months ago. Mentally, she is all there. However, her one side is partially paralyzed and she is in rehab in the nursing home. She's been weakened by the relative lack of activity, though. On Sunday, as we were getting ready to go visit her first thing in the morning, as we always do, we got a call from the family of her old best friend. The friend had moved to Florida about 10 years ago, and they had gradually lost touch, save for a Christmas card every now and then. Well, the friend had just died very early that morning, and they were calling to inform us of her death. When we got to the nursing home, we signed in and noticed we were the first visitors of the day. We went to my grandmother's room and said hi. We also have a visitor's book for people to sign in her room, so we know who has visited her. Nobody has signed it since Saturday morning. As we walked into her room, she exclaimed, "Oh my, so many visitors this morning." We asked what she meant. She replied that she had gotten a visit from an old, dear friend that morning. It was the friend from Florida who had just passed away. She had told my grandmother that she was going away for a while, not to worry, that she would be watching out for her, and that they would see each other again. My grandmother also remarked on how healthy she looked. I've never had chills run down my spine like that before. Later, I asked if anyone had been to my grandmother's room that morning, and the staff said no. We asked if any phone calls had come through for her that morning, and they again said no. They also logged phone calls for residents, and when they checked the logs, there was nothing that they had forgotten. I also called the family of the friend in Florida this morning to offer my condolences and ask if they had called anyone else around here. I asked under the guise that I would help notify people around here, so I didn't want to double call people. They said we were the only ones they had called from around here, and the only reason they called us was because they thought my grandmother still lived with us. They had no idea until I told them this morning that she was in a nursing home. I know it's in the realm of reality that she could have simply dreamed it, but the chances of her having a dream like that with that sort of message on the very morning that her friend died are so remote that it still gives me chills. TLDR. My grandmother's friend died, and about the time she died, my grandmother saw a vision of her saying goodbye, even though my grandmother had no idea her friend had passed. A little backstory. Where I used to live in Pennsylvania, there was a building just down the hill from where I used to live. We lived on a hill, so to speak. Maybe 400 yards from the bottom of the first hill, there was a cliff that led down to the river. This building had been a butcher's shop. What else? For decades. The owner was the grandson of the original owner and had moved the shop across town about 2 decades before I was born, circa 1967. For about 10 years after that, it was used as a mechanic's shop due to the unique layout of the building, which was basically a split level and allowed for vehicles to be pulled into the garage from the above street and then serviced from the lower level. In the late 1970s, the mechanic moved to a neighboring town, so the shop nearest was shut down. The building was left unattended for several years until the mid-80s, when a squatter began to live there. He was a homeless man who would do odd jobs for the people who lived in town and around it. It was a fairly concentrated town of 5,000 people, but all in a small area. When you left town, you left town. Everyone called him Ed, and apparently he had done some work for the mechanic's shop and was a World War II vet who hadn't come back from the war in a great mental state. In the early 90s, a group of teenagers began to bother this guy. They'd throw garbage at him, taunt him, and occasionally chase him. Never much more than that until one day when they cornered the poor dude in the upper level of the old shop. One of them began to beat him with an old broomstick. The guy was pushing 70 to begin with and couldn't do much to fight back. A neighbor saw the fight unfold and called the police. Even before the true beating had really started, the police showed up and scared away the teenagers, arresting one for possession, and began to look for Ed to make sure he was okay. They never found him. For a while, everyone just assumed that he had run off, until a resident of one of the buildings near the old shop reported a horrible smell seeping from the lower level, where the old oil pit was, of the shop. There in the mixture of blood and dirt was Ed. Most of the oil had seeped out, I've been told. The body was in a horrible state of decay after being dead for about a month, but it appeared he had sustained a tremendous beating. There was no autopsy performed, and people began to reach out to Ed's family to tell them he had died. They couldn't find any except a woman in her early 90s who supposedly had some relation to Ed. The woman identified Ed as her younger cousin but didn't know much of him beyond that and had only met him once or twice. Ed was buried, and the teenagers were tried for various crimes ranging from accidental death to the aforementioned possession charges. Oddly, they were acquitted for the most part. Only the possession ended up sticking due to the fact that no autopsy had been performed at the time of death and the fact that the teens were all minors, 13 to 15. There was also a mistake in the processing of the individuals, which led to one of the teens being severely beaten at the hands of an adult who may or may not have been a cop at the time. This led to dismissals for everything but possession. Time passed, and the incident was largely forgotten. In the early 2000s, the butcher finally passed away. He was a fairly prominent man in town at this point, as he'd been there for decades, as had his father and grandfather. His son wasn't carrying on the business and decided to hold a memorial for his dad in the old shop. He and a few friends went and began to clean up the place to make room for guests. They had to install a new front door, upper level, as the old one was completely demolished from years of neglect. During this process, they unearthed an old metal container that had been cemented directly into the wall. This container had photographs of the dad and his father, the second-generation butcher, from the 1950s, when they began to work together. The son, who would have been a fourth-generation butcher if he followed in his footsteps, decided they would be great for the memorial, so he had a few of them blown up to poster size and displayed a few of them at the memorial. Also included in the box was a diary that hadn't been touched in 40-plus years. The day of the memorial, people began to notice another man showing up from time to time in more than a few of the photos. Sure enough, there was Ed. He had worked for the second-generation butcher for about a decade, right after World War II, and had been present when the third-generation butcher began to run the shop. The son, upon reading his father's diary, learned that they began to have a severe hatred for each other around the mid-60s when his grandfather retired from the shop, and they had gotten into several fights beforehand. The last entry was about the move across town. The third-gen butcher wrote, "I can't take it anymore. We have to leave." This puzzled the son, who began to backtrack and figure out what happened. Apparently, the butcher had gotten into a physical altercation with Ed that resulted in Ed being hit in the back of the head with a cleaver. The butcher wrote, "I can tell no one this, as it will ruin my entire family, but I buried him in the blood pit. The shop will mask the smell, and I don't think anyone will miss him. May God have mercy on my soul." When the auto shop took over, they ended up filling this pit with oil and other debris to drown out the smell of animal blood and parts, and had filled a hole around 6 foot deep. Once the oil had completely seeped through the surrounding soil, it apparently weakened its integrity and allowed the wall to partially collapse, revealing the hideously decayed corpse of Ed. The son decided to speak to the medical examiner, who had seen Ed's body, and began the process of having Ed exhumed. He wanted to either confirm the claim or clear his father's name. The cousin had since died, and no one opposed the exhumation, so they brought up the coffin. The examiner went over the corpse again, and sure enough, he began to see that Ed had died more from sharp force trauma than from any sort of blunt trauma. He also began to analyze the remaining tissue more closely and noted that it was completely drenched in oil and was far better preserved than it had any right to be. The debris the auto shop had loaded on top of Ed, inadvertently, had basically delayed the decay that he should have been experiencing. The teens had surely been beating somebody that day. The police began to look for the teens to question them. The story unfolded in a grotesque manner. The police report indicated that the teens claimed an elderly man had been following them and had chased them into the old shop. They claimed to be defending themselves and ran away at the first chance they got. There were 4 teens mentioned in the police report. All were now dead. They had all committed suicide in different ways. One had jumped into the river at the nearby dam and drowned. One had hung herself. One had sat in their garage with the car running, and the last had slit his wrists. They all had one thing in common, however. Each had complained of a person following them for years after the beating incident. Occasionally, they would notice someone seemed to follow them home from work or school in the same car day after day, week after week. Sometimes it would be someone at the mall or a creepy person outside their house. Of the 4, only one left any sort of indication of a note after suicide. Scrawled in blood on the bathroom wall beside the corpse of the last person to kill himself were the sloppy yet legible words, "Thank you, Ed." It was later established that this individual likely would not have been able to write this using his own hands, as the blood loss coupled with the damage he had done to his arms would have rendered them both nearly useless. I was at my grandparents' house one night. My grandmother then came into my room at 3:30 in the morning and told me, "Your grandfather needs your help. Get up." This sort of startled me because she has never done anything like this. I go out to where my grandfather is right outside the door that goes into the garage, and he tells me, "The garage door just went up and down 6 or 7 times. We need to check it out." I obviously said all right, and we went into the garage only to find the pull string that prevents the door from opening, which can only be pulled from the inside. He looks at me and says, "We have to go outside to fix it so no one can get in." We then headed outside, and when we rounded the corner to look at the garage, the motion lights came on, and there seemed to be scratches on the door. He and I fixed the door and went back to bed. About 2 weeks after this, I was staying there again and woke up at around 2:30 in the morning to hear stomping in the kitchen, which is very close to my room. I get up and hear the stomps come closer to my door and stop. I figured that my grandfather was adjusting the thermostat. I opened my door to see what was going on, only to find that everyone in the house was asleep and all the lights were turned off. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night. A few weeks passed, and I went over there on a weekend because I had nothing better to do. Since it was a weekend, I stayed up rather late and fell asleep watching TV on my bed with my door open. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and for whatever reason, I woke up without any reason. I look around and realize that I have fallen asleep with the TV on. I looked at my door, and at that instance, I saw a man-sized figure step out of my doorway and walk down the hall towards the kitchen. I slammed my door and stayed up all night. By this time, I was pretty convinced I had a demon, ghost, or something in my grandparents' house. I was just relieved that whatever was in their house wasn't following me. Maybe a month after the last incident happened, I was at my dad's house, and I was about to go to sleep. At my dad's, I'm on the other side of the house from everyone. It was maybe 10:30 at night, and I was about to go to sleep. I had laid down, turned my TV off, and was drifting to sleep. Then outside of my door, I heard a combination of stomping and a really low sound. This honestly scared the hell out of me. I, in all of my infinite wisdom, decided to see what it was. When I opened my door, I saw the same thing that I saw at my grandparents' house. I teared up from fear, left the light on, and fitfully tried to sleep. It didn't work well. Maybe a month and a half had passed since the last incident. I was at a friend's house, and he and I cleaned out a shed so we could just hang out in there and smoke his hookah. He usually has a lot of people over to his house, but this night it was just him and me. We were smoking hookah and were almost finished. We were just listening to some music, and I was just sitting there listening to the music when all of a sudden a black flash darted underneath my legs, but I didn't feel anything. I started to look around to see if one of his cats came in with us. As I started to look around, I realized that there was no cat in the shed. I start to become afraid on the inside, but I try to keep myself outwardly calm. I look up at my friend, who has the look of being close to panic, and all he says to me is, "I think something just ran underneath your legs." At this point, I started freaking out because I didn't say anything about it. He told me that he saw it as well. We both ran out of the shed and went into his house, where we just watched TV until we calmed down and went to sleep. Nothing had happened for many weeks, so I figured it was over. Except it wasn't. One night, I was at a friend's house, and he lives on a dock. We were on his dock one night. He and I were sitting next to each other, and I was looking at the stars, not paying attention to them. All of a sudden, I feel him walk next to me and start walking off the dock towards his house. Without looking, I asked, "Hey man, where are you going?" And he answered me that he was right next to me and hadn't moved. I quickly turned around to see a dark figure walking towards his house. I asked him if he saw anything, and he said, "See what? I thought you got up and started walking up." After I told him what had gone down, we quickly got our stuff and went inside. All was quiet for about 2 months until about a week ago. The same friend and I are rooming together in college, and one night I was sitting there in the dorm by myself. I'm on my laptop, and I'm wearing sweatpants. All of a sudden, I felt something rub against my leg, and when I looked down, I didn't see anything. I was spooked at this point, but I stayed in my seat. About 10 minutes pass, and I start to feel breathing on my leg. I look down and can see my sweatpants moving like they were being breathed on. I was scared shitless, left my dorm, and went to a friend's house. That was about a week ago, and so far nothing new has happened. A man and a little girl showed up at my front door last night. Last night, At around 10 p.m., my boyfriend and I were sitting in the living room, trying to find a movie to watch on Amazon Prime Video. We have video surveillance cameras everywhere outside. There are two that point to the front door at different angles, one for the backyard and one for the side of the house. The monitor screen is kept in the living room on a table next to the recliner that I was sitting on. I just sat down for not even 5 minutes, then I heard a child's voice come over the monitor. The voice said, "Hello." I thought to myself for a minute, fuck, does my son have his bedroom window open and is yelling through the window for some reason, and the camera is picking it up because there is a camera next to his bedroom window? Then I remembered, no, it can't be, because he was sleeping in my bed. I called up to him, and he answered. I look at the monitor screen, and I see a man who appears to be very tall. He was wearing a red and white flannel shirt. He was holding a little girl's hand. She looked like she had striped long sleeves with frizzy blonde hair. They were walking up the steps to get into our entryway, and I turned to my boyfriend and said, "Somebody is here. We live in the middle of absolute nowhere. We live in a swamp. My closest neighbors are bears and coyotes, and a couple Amish houses are about a mile or so down the road. So there are never, at least, any people that we know of who go walking down our street pitch black with no street lights on a back road at 10 p.m. at night, so it seemed very strange to us. Just as the man and the girl get to our front door, my boyfriend opens the door, and they are gone. There was not a single trace or sign of them. My boyfriend goes outside by the road to see if he can see any cars, but there is nothing. We thought maybe they were having car trouble and stopped for help, but there were no signs of that being a possibility. I let the dog outside, and my boyfriend went outside with a flashlight, but nothing was there. We watched the camera footage, and the people coming to the door were never recorded. We reviewed old camera footage and saw nothing that looked or sounded like that. We don't even know people that look like that or ever have anybody that could have possibly come over that looked like that. My boyfriend does not believe in ghosts, but seeing that we had no explanation for it, I think he changed his mind. We have lived in this house for 4 years, and I personally have never experienced anything until last night. My boyfriend admitted that the one night I was at work, he saw something moving in the yard and thought it was an animal, but he went out to look and nothing was there. But my son's tire swing was swinging back and forth like crazy. My son has been complaining for the past few months that he doesn't like to sleep in his bed because it sounds like something is crawling around under his bed and his bed shakes. The original part of the house was built in the 1800s and was used as an old school house. An addition was put on the house 20 years ago to make it bigger. The old school master used to live across the street in a house that is no longer there. I talked to my boyfriend today, and we both said that what happened is really weird, and we've come to terms with it probably being a ghost sighting. I know I'm not crazy because he saw them and heard the voice too. I've seen many ghosts in my lifetime. I just wondered why it took me so long to see one here. What bothers me is that it seemed like they wanted to get my attention, and it makes me feel very uneasy. A few days leading up to this, I would sit in the living room and just feel overwhelming dread and terrible anxiety. After seeing them, I don't feel any of that anymore. So, weird. Edit. My son hasn't been sleeping in his room because I'm not forcing him to. When he tells me these things, I let him know that I believe him 100%. We are turning what used to be his playroom into a new bedroom. I wanted to see what he was experiencing in his current bedroom, so I went in there myself and took my naps before work in his room. I work night shift, and every single night I would have a nightmare. So I said he can sleep in my room until his new room is ready, which will hopefully be ready in a couple days. A terrifying encounter while in Iraq. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and ETSing getting out from the military when President Bush ordered more troops into Iraq in 2003. I had just returned home to Austin, Texas, when I was summoned into my local National Guard unit at Camp Mabry and told that I was being recalled to the Army, but the unit was already tasked out to deploy to Iraq. I was not part of their unit yet, so the commander offered to give me a waiver to deploy with a government contractor, Halliburton, in Houston. I knew that I would make more money as a contractor, so I took the offer. Not long after arriving in Kuwait at Camp Doha, I began working with the operations team, overseeing logistics affairs. We would oversee the daily convoy of supply between Kuwait and Baghdad, a route riddled with ID incidents, small arms skirmishes, and almost constant breakdowns of Army and civilian vehicles. Because I was a SAW gunner in the 1st Infantry Division while on active duty and was technically still in the Guard, I was often in the convoys, manning a mounted weapon that accompanied the mostly civilian convoys. During these runs, we had a few strange encounters in an area south of Baghdad known then as Camp Babylon. Occupied by French troops but then designated an archaeological site for obvious reasons, Camp Babylon was set up in the area that was said to originally be inhabited by the famous Tower of Babel. Indeed, there were ruins there that did look like a massive structure once stood at that spot. I had two strange incidents happen to me while passing through there. The first incident seems a bit benign, but it sets the mood for the second. We were passing through Camp Babylon in the afternoon one day when our convoy took small arms fire. The SOP at the time, standard operating procedure, was to stop the convoy and return fire. This was because, in the past, such incidents ended up being a long gunman attempting to scare the convoy into running into IEDs on the road. Because of this, the SOP changed to stop the convoy, dismount, and return fire. While engineers looked for explosive devices on the road, we scanned the horizon for enemies. Nothing. They most likely fled immediately. However, the ruins around Camp Babylon were alive with shadow figures that seemed to move about the area. Several times, we would spot the figures, but they would immediately disappear. A contractor, lying beside me with his weapon, commented, "How odd that we are in the shadow of Babel and fighting the supernatural." I didn't respond, but I knew he was a 32nd degree Mason who was really into the arcane aspects of Babylon, etc. I didn't feel, at the time, that much was supernatural, but certainly I did see the shadowy and bizarrely small figures dart about the structures. Once the road was deemed clear, we continued on to Baghdad. The second incident occurred about a month later. At this point, the weather in southern Iraq and Kuwait had turned quite cold at night. During this encounter, we had just completed the supply run to Baghdad and were returning back to Camp Doha in Kuwait when a vehicle in our convoy broke down. Once again, we found ourselves right at Camp Babylon. While the army mechanics took a look at the vehicle and the rest of us took up fighting positions around the area, strange things began to occur. It started with a strange light bobbing in the desert. Thinking it was a person with a flashlight, we used NVG's night vision goggles to watch. It was simply a glowing ball of light moving towards a set of ruins. After initial contact with the light, a few of us had moved forward away from the convoy to see what the source was. After seeing it was self-contained and not a person, we were a bit alarmed. Then we heard a sound that I will never forget. A long wailing began from one of the ruined structures or foundations not far away. It sounded like a woman in agony, mixed with loneliness. On and on the sounds went while we huddled in the cold and dark, wondering what the hell we were listening to. With our NVGs equipped, we used our flashlights to spotlight the ruins. If you've ever done this, you will know that a normal flashlight with NVGs looks like a massive beam of light. We scoured the area, but no source of the wails or the ball of light were seen. About this time, we were told via radio that the vehicle was repaired and ready to roll, so we decided to return to the convoy. I was slinging my saw over my shoulder when I noticed my contractor partner was staring at the ruins in horror. He was frozen. I shook him, and he snapped out of his stupor, quickly leaving the area with the rest of us. Once we were back at the camp, and it was pleasantly daylight the following morning, several of us were chatting about the encounter at Camp Babylon before our daily operations briefing. It was then that I remembered the terrified expression on the face of the contractor. So I asked him about it. He was still obviously traumatized by the event, but managed to explain that, as we were leaving our position on the sandy hill, he saw a tall, black figure standing beside the ruins. It was watching us as we were looking for him, her, or it. He said that he felt an instant wave of despair hit him and thought that he was going to die. He didn't remember leaving the area. His next memory was in the Humvee, headed back to Kuwait. I now write non-fiction books about haunted places for Llewellyn Publishing and have visited hundreds of reputedly haunted spots. But I'll never forget the wailing figure at the ruins of Babel. It's also worth noting that when I related this story to some of our Pakistani employees at Camp Doha and Camp Arifjan, they were also quite horrified. One of them, a translator we called Artie, said that we had encountered a jinn, or a damned spirit, and that we were lucky to be able to tell the tale. I agree. Don't talk about the skinwalkers. I have a story. It isn't mine, but it happened to my uncle. He used to tell this story when we went camping, and it scared the lights out of me every time I heard it. We live in Utah, and my uncle, Mark, went on a mission at 19. They sent him to an Indian reservation in Arizona. They paired him up with a companion named Carl. When they first got there, there was a huge rift with the locals on the reservation about their being there. They didn't want my uncle and Carl to stay on the reservation grounds. Eventually, they came to the compromise that they would stay on the outskirts in a trailer. This reservation wasn't very big and was located next to a heavily wooded area. The first night, they were trying to sleep when, all of a sudden, their trailer started to shake violently back and forth. Startled and not sure what was happening, they climbed under their table for cover. Mark could distinctively hear someone pushing it from both sides of the trailer, like a group of people. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. The next day, they made rounds on the reservation and were talking to the locals. Carl made a comment to one of the families that their trailer was shaking the night before. The family got very quiet and then told them they had to leave. They thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it. The next night, it happened again. They awoke to their trailer shaking back and forth. Again, they climbed under the table until it stopped. This went on for 2 more nights. Anytime they tried to talk to anyone about it, they got quiet and told them to leave. Mark started thinking that, due to the tension of their arrival, the locals were doing this to scare them off the reservation. They then went into a convenience store, and they were talking together about how frustrated they were with the situation. The clerk overheard and said, "They can't talk about it. It's forbidden." Confused, they ask him, "Can't we talk about what?" The guy continues to tell them about the skinwalkers. He says they are evil demons that were once Native American witches. If they talk about it, the skinwalkers will come for their souls. They just walked out of there, baffled. They thought it was another scare tactic. So that night, when the shaking started again, my uncle decided to be brave and confront them. He went to the trailer door, flew it open, and yelled, "Hey!" When he did that, he saw these 3 animals run off. 2 were wolves, 1 was a bear. But they looked strange, almost with human features. As he watched them run towards the trees, all 3 stood up on 2 legs and walked slowly towards the trees, making a human cackling laugh. It scared him so bad that they called their mission president that next morning and asked to be moved. They were relocated that day. For a year, nothing happened. One day, they announced that Carl was being relocated to another city and Mark was getting a new companion, Jimmy. They had to drive for about an hour to pick Jimmy up from the airport. The road they traveled went through the boundaries of the reservation. They arrived at about 8 p.m. and met Jimmy, and then went to leave. The mission president tells Jimmy, "We are driving through a dangerous area at night, so we can't make any stops. If you need to use the restroom, you need to go now." Jimmy says, "I am fine." The mission president gets serious enough to even freak out Mark. "I am not kidding. Go to your business." Jimmy was insistent that he was fine, so they hit the road. As they were about 30 minutes into the drive, they were going through the area of the reservation boundaries, and Jimmy started complaining that he needed to pee badly. The mission president says, "We can't stop here. You'll have to hold it." Jimmy keeps going on, "I really can't hold it." So the mission president stops the car and says, "Okay, but you will do your business next to the door, and if I say get into the car, you better get into the car fast." With a look of confusion, Jimmy says, "All right," opens the door, and starts to do his business. About 5 seconds later, the mission president says nothing and just yanks Jimmy into the car and floors it. Jimmy and Mark start freaking out. What is going on? The mission president says nothing and just increases his speed. All of a sudden, Mark sees something next to the car to his right. A giant, wolf-looking man was running on 2 feet next to the car. Mark looked at the speedometer. They were going over 60 miles an hour and still increasing. The wolf creature kept right next to the car for 10 minutes until it finally took off into the trees. Shaking, Jimmy gets out of the car when they arrive. They didn't speak through the whole ordeal, and says, "What did I just see?" The mission president says, "Next time I tell you to take care of your business, you take care of your business." Haunted water park. I literally downloaded Reddit, so I can vent about this because I could get fired if I talk about it. I'm a lifeguard at a water park in Las Vegas. We always brag about how, unlike our competition, we have had 0 casualties at the current location. Stuff always happens, like tubes appearing in the pool after we just took them all out and stacked them, chairs moving around after we just sorted them, wet footsteps on concrete when no one was wet, etc. We joke that we don't get paid enough to fight demons. It was just a joke to us, but not to our supervisors or managers. They always made excuses. It was always the wind, I moved it, or they're my prints. They always got angry at us and said that someone could overhear us and complain. They even went as far as to threaten us with a defamation lawsuit if we talked about it on social media. Weird, right? If the park wasn't haunted, why would they care so much about us talking about it? I never cared because I believed my supervisors and managers. Maybe they did move the chairs, maybe they dipped their feet in the pool and walked away. That was until last month. It was 10 p.m., and we just finished cleaning the park. I had to stay later because I was getting a ride from my supervisor, Ryan. We were the few people left in the park, so we were doing a final walkthrough just to make sure everything was clean. We only had a flashlight and a few light posts illuminating our path around the park. We were walking by some slides when I heard someone, a woman, say, "Hello." I looked at Ryan, who didn't seem to hear it. Then we heard her again, "Hello." I freaked, and Ryan, again, didn't seem to hear it. "Did you not hear that?" I said to Ryan. He shrugged and continued walking. I stopped and said I didn't want to do the walkthrough with him. He rolled his eyes and said if I didn't, I was refusing to work, which isn't a good thing to say to your supervisor. He told me I was probably just hearing things. I got a hold of myself and continued walking. We started getting to the back of the park, where the light posts were dimmer, and it was much quieter since we were further from the running water in the slides. Ryan and I started talking about school and college and what we were going to do when the season ends when I heard it again, but it sounded closer this time. "Hello? Anyone there?" She sounded very confused and tired. I jumped, and, again, Ryan did not care at all. I was so freaked out, I started feeling nauseous. I wanted to go home, but Ryan was my ride home, so I had to stay. What happened next haunts me. After we heard the voice, we heard what sounded like someone climbing out of the lazy river, soaking wet. No one else is here. If they were, they would be in the office. No one should be swimming. Ryan was angry. He thought a lifeguard had snuck into the river. He turned around and started yelling, "What the fuck? Go home. This isn't fun." He froze. I said a quick prayer and turned around. There was a lady, soaking wet, wearing a park shirt with her logo on it. But the logo looked very 2000s. I know what our shirts look like. I stand in the shop all the time to get some AC. I have never seen that shirt. She was hunched over, and her hair covered her face. She spoke, "Hello, can you help me?" Ryan grabbed my arm, and we bolted to the office. Lifeguards weren't allowed inside the office ever, it's a whole thing, but he let me come inside. He pulled one of the managers into the supply room and shut the door. Another supervisor started asking me if I was okay. I was breathing heavily and couldn't speak, but I nodded yes. Ryan and the manager came out of the room, and Ryan grabbed his stuff and said, "Let's go." We got in his car, and he said we needed to stop by the gas station first. When we pulled in, he told me to type my address into his phone while he pumped gas. When he got in the car, I broke the silence. What the fuck was that? What happened? He turned the car on and started driving. I can't tell anyone. It's like a park secret, but I'll tell you if you swear you won't tell anyone. I swore. Back in 2002, before this location of the park was built, there was a park on the Strip. It was the only water park in Vegas. We only had one casualty, and it was a lady who came in with her family. She got drunk and went into the lazy river, where she sank to the bottom of the river. Because there were so many tubes, the lifeguards didn't see her, and she drowned. That's why we have so many lifeguards for the river and why our tubes are see-through. So, was that her? Yeah. Why is she here? Ick, she's probably confused. She's always asking for help. So, you did hear her? Yeah, but everyone does when you're in the park late at night. It's a whole different story if you see her. What happens if you see her? Nothing, but it's scary. The car ride was silent the rest of the way. I still work at the park, but Ryan talked to the managers and convinced them to let me work only morning shifts. Ryan quit recently due to college. I only told 2 coworkers, but only because they have had experiences themselves. Thanks for letting me vent. Also, appreciate lifeguards and all the shit we go through. I found out years later that her son died in that room. When I was little, maybe around 7 or so, I had my first paranormal experience. My mom always told me that she felt like I attracted things from the spiritual realm even as a baby, but this experience is the first one that is in my own memory, and I remember it vividly, and I'm now 26 years old. My mom was unlucky enough to have not only my father died but also my little sister's father. My dad passed away due to a car accident, and my sister's dad committed suicide after a battle with severe depression. Needless to say, my mom had it pretty rough, and being a single working mother, she would often take us to a family friend who babysat us while she worked late nights at the hospital. The woman who babysat us was a warm, kind, and gentile woman named Rhonda. She always took the best care of us and my sister, and I really enjoyed staying with her. Rhonda had two birds who we loved to talk to, and they would repeat simple things like hello and what's up. We thought it was the coolest thing. After a long day of playing, my sister and I were off to bed, and Rhonda tucked me into my bed in her spare room downstairs. My sister was still pretty little, and she slept in the same room as Rhonda because she was too scared to sleep alone, and Rhonda was like a grandma to us, who was more than happy to share her bed if we got scared. I was a big girl and loved having my own room to sleep in, and I was never scared. On this night, though, I was having trouble falling asleep, and I just kept tossing and turning, growing frustrated that I wasn't asleep. For some reason, I began to get anxious and become fearful. I didn't know why I was scared, but I was. After what felt like forever of me laying there contemplating getting up and crawling into Rhonda's bed, I heard something in a low, calm male voice say, "Marissa, it's okay. Just go to sleep." This surprised me, but it didn't scare me. I believe that as a child, you're more open and susceptible to paranormal things due to the fact that you're not conditioned to be fearful yet. With age, you learn what's scary and all the things that go bump in the night that you should run away from, but I was still so innocent that I didn't register this as threatening. Actually, this calmed me down, and I started to feel very tired and just accepted what the voice told me and went to sleep. The next morning, Rhonda made us breakfast, as she always did. She sat across from me and sipped her coffee, which I always asked for a sip of because, if I wasn't already a strange child, I also had a taste for coffee. She asked me how I slept, and I told her that I was scared and that someone told me to go to sleep. She looked at me confused, and she asked me if I had a dream that someone was talking to me, and I told her no, I was awake. She said it was probably the birds talking, and again, I told her I was sure it wasn't. She then asked me if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice, and when I instantly said it was a man's voice, her face changed from the usual cheery, warm expression to one that was put off and uncomfortable. I had never seen her face look like that before, and I think that's why I remember this so vividly. She changed the subject quickly, and we went about our day, and I didn't think about that again for years. Fast forward into my teens. My mom and I were having a discussion about the paranormal because I had a lot of strange activity happening, and she asked me what the first experience I remember is. I shared the story about the man's voice at Rhonda's house and how odd Rhonda's reaction was, and my mom looked at me, and her eyes widened a bit. Rhonda went a little MIA a few years later, and unfortunately, she just slowly lost contact with us, and eventually she was no longer part of our lives. I hadn't seen her in years. When my mom collected her thoughts, she looked at me and said, "Marissa, you know Rhonda's son died in that room, right?" I did not. I knew she had a son who passed away from a tragic overdose, but I was so young and never met him, so I didn't think about it. I looked back at my mom, and we didn't have to say anything. We were both thinking the same thing. If I were hearing a spirit speak to me, there's a good chance it could have been her son. From what my mom said about him, he was a very kind and caring person, much like his mom. Maybe that's why I wasn't afraid when he spoke to me. I'm not saying that this is actually what happened, but it does make me wonder. The voice I heard was real, that much I do know. Regardless of who it belonged to, I'm sure that much is true. Since that experience, I've had many, many more, and unfortunately, they got much more sinister as I got older. It got very, very dark for a while, and I witnessed things that you usually only see in horror movies. I still think of this experience often, and I hope that you enjoyed reading my testimony. If you did enjoy this story, I also share my experiences as well as other strange and usual things on my YouTube channel. My handle is Marissa White. If you're more of a reader than a watcher, then not to worry, I'll be sharing more on here as well. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and remember, the spiritual realm is just as real as you or I. My life was saved by a ghost. My boyfriend of 5 years has crushed on me for probably 12 or 13 years. He was 2 grades below me and was a bad boy while I was popular and in all honors in college-level classes, so I wasn't aware he existed until I met him at my dad's business about 7 years ago. He apparently talked about me being his dream girl and was teased that it would never happen, which is why I mentioned this. So in 2009, he and his best friend, I'll call him Josh, were getting into pills due to Josh's grandfather being an amputee and being unable to properly attend to or understand, hiding the medications, thus leaving large amounts of methadone, Klonopin, hydrocodone, and such lying around. This was before the opiate crisis that has affected my generation deeply in the last 15 years. 2 days before Christmas 2009, Josh overdosed in the bedroom that my boyfriend is currently staying in. It's a long story, but we moved back to our respective families because we were laid off during the pandemic and were in a bad wreck. Losing the extra car. The room has never felt spooky, never anything strange about it. But I've had a few pranks pulled on me that we believe Josh does to basically congratulate my boyfriend on being with the woman he waited for. I've woken up to sticky notes completely covering my body, my drinks poured on the floor, and random objects moved right where I exited the bed so that I stepped on them first thing in the morning. I swear I've heard giggling. Each time I've angrily asked my boyfriend if he was messing with me, and I'm aware when he's lying. He always says no. We like to think this is Josh playing practical jokes, something he was known for. But this is nothing compared to what Josh did for me in 2017. It wasn't a prank, it saved my life. For years ago, I went into anaphylactic shock. I lost all ability to speak or move my lower body. I was upstairs with a curved and steep staircase separating me from my phone. I remember crawling to the stairs, knowing it could be fatal if I smashed into the wall that the stairs led to before the turn with very large, steep steps. I know I was extremely oxygen deprived, but I immediately saw Josh and two of my deceased best friends ascend the stairs and carry me to the living room couch with my nebulizer and cell phone. I called 911, but I had no voice. My friends were gone, except Josh. He told me he was going to wake my boyfriend from the hammock in the back of my yard. And suddenly, my boyfriend dreamed of his friends saying that I was in trouble. My boyfriend came running into the house, and by this point, I was dying. I no longer could use any part of my body and no air came into my lungs when I inhaled. I remember thinking of my daughter and praying her father would navigate my loss to her and keep memories of me alive. He actually died in a freak accident 8 months ago, so now I'm fulfilling that for him. But I digress. I struggled to remain conscious, but I was fading. My boyfriend saw the 911 operator on the phone and my sweaty blue body. He told them he didn't think I was breathing, and by some absolute miracle, there was an ambulance passing my neighborhood. The hospital and dispatch were 30 minutes away. This coincidence, plus my boyfriend's sudden premonition that I was hurt, saved my life. Josh and those EMTs saved my life. I remember the EMT asking my boyfriend if I had overdosed. I hadn't, and I thought of how Josh had died. I was blabbering on about dead people saving me after a large amount of epinephrine, so no wonder they thought I was high. The doctors and EMT were baffled at how I managed to get down those stairs or even stay alive long enough to get help. I had one bruise on my leg that was tiny. That was it. And the worst headache I've ever had. It turns out I'm allergic to the latex and spray paint. I just told them I slid down the stairs, but it's not how I remember it. The weird thing is, I'd never met Josh when he was alive. I don't know how I recognized him or hallucinated him, but he looked exactly like the picture I was shown. I've had a lot of paranormal encounters, but my run-in with Josh saved my life, and he never even knew me. So, thanks, Josh, for giving me more time on this earth, and I wish we had met many years ago. I do hope he is resting peacefully, just periodically popping in to check on us. My trip to the slaughter yard. So let me start out by saying I enjoy writing. So this will be long, it is non-fiction though, but will hopefully be an interesting read. I also admit that I have absolutely no memory of this experience. I was a little over 2 years old and just starting to walk on my own when this event took place. My mom only told me this story around 3 years ago when I was 32 and about to get married. My mother was raised in a very tiny fundamentalist Christian community and had no belief in the paranormal. She believed that our souls sleep until Judgment Day or something like this. Ergo, there are no ghosts or spirits to haunt houses. Even over 30 years later, she still sounded terrified as she told me this. This woman, who always talks way too loudly, was literally whispering by the end of it, and she was white as a sheet. I believed her completely and still do. My mom never talks about stuff like this. I'm just glad I can't remember it too. In 1988, my parents had their second child. This was my brother, Victor alias. We were very crowded in our rented flat with 2 babies. My parents decided to move to a rambling old 2-story farmhouse on a 7-acre plot in southern Ohio for more room for the family. It was way out in the sticks, and it took almost an hour to get to town from there. My mom said the first time I saw the house, I freaked out. I was crying and saying things like, "Don't like mean houses. Mean house, ugly house, don't like. Scary house, mama, don't like." My mom says this behavior was very out of character for me, but I stopped complaining about the house after a few weeks, so she chalked it up to the stress of the move. Now this house was ramshackled and in the middle of nowhere. The kitchen was to the far rear of the house and, until recently before we moved in, still had a working ancient wood-burning cooking stove against the back wall. This had caught the back wall on fire a couple of months before we moved in and caused a lot of damage. A lot of this damage wasn't fixed, so my young, broke parents got a very cheap rent agreement. Gotta love the 80s. On the second floor, directly above the kitchen, was a locked room. The landlord claimed it had heavy fire damage, but her son, who had done the repairs, claimed the only fire damage left was in the kitchen since it had been the worst and was beyond his skill level to fix. Either way, the landlord was adamant that the room was off limits, and my parents always respected that. I would have looked 100%. I know all this because I heard stories about the crappy farmhouse with the creepy door my whole life, and there were pictures of us in and around the farmhouse. The locked door was right next to the upstairs landing, so there was no avoiding it, and both my parents have told me it gave them the creeps. A few months after we moved in, my mother and I were in the yard with our Pit/Doberman mix, Boss. She was hanging laundry, and I was rolling around with the dog. She said that just as she noticed that everything was way too silent, Boss started going ape sh*t from surprisingly far away. About 500 yards from the house on the left, there was a small duck pond. Boss was in between the two, running towards my mom, then turning and running back towards the pond, barking frantically the whole time. My mom saw something thrashing around in the middle of the pond. She took off towards the water at full speed. Boss beat her there and dragged me out of the water himself. Thank you, pupper, I love you. Although my mom was confused about how I got so far so fast and how I got into the center of the pond since it was over my head and I couldn't swim, she figured she underestimated me and brought in the baby gates and playpens. I was to be contained from now on. A few weeks later, she was cooking downstairs. Boss was outside, Victor was asleep in his crib, and I was in my playpen in my room upstairs. I also had a gate on my door and one at the top of the stairs. The stairs ran up from the side of the kitchen, so my mom said she could listen for us crying or fussing while cooking. My mom said no longer than 15 minutes after the last time she looked in on his kids, Boss started going crazy again in the yard. She runs up to check on us. Victor's still sleeping. Every baby gate is still shut and locked, but I am not in my room. A frenzied search reveals I'm not in the house at all. A sudden image of Boss saving me from drowning causes my mom to rush outside to see what he's trying to tell her this time. She said he was running circles in the yard, barking uncontrollably. When she got outside, he took off towards the right, away from the pond. He would run ahead, turn around, and bark at my mother, waiting for her to catch up a little before racing off again. He ended up leading her for almost a mile and a half out onto the dirt road that separated our property from our neighbors. He led her to a thick stand of trees on our neighbor's side of the rocky drive. She said what hit her first was the foul stench of advanced decay. She plowed into the trees with her heart in her throat and her stomach full of ice. She said she noticed many piles of corrugated tin, tarps, tires, and other debris. The miasma was emanating most strongly from these junkyard cairns. Peeking under a sheet of tin, she discovered the extremely decomposed corpse of a butchered cow. As she headed deeper into the thicket, where the tree cover was denser, she said less care was taken to cover the remains. Grisly pieces of bones and rotted chunks of bovine littered the area. Apparently our neighbor, in an effort to cheat his taxes, had been illegally slaughtering cattle and hiding the remains in, at least, one of the few thick stands of trees around. She found me in the dead center of this thicket, just standing there looking around like I was confused, surrounded by carnage. She said I didn't seem scared or anything. I was just standing. She rushed over to me and, after ascertaining that I wasn't injured, began questioning me on why I was here, how I got there, etc. Keep in mind that, although my mother said I started speaking very young, I still didn't have much of a vocabulary. She said I told her, with that serious look only small children can give, that the children brought me here, shotting her pants at the thought that anyone, even children, could walk right past her through the kitchen, get me from upstairs, and walk right back past her on the way down the stairs and out with me. She demanded to know what children and where the hell they are now. I looked at her dead serious and told her the ones that live with us in the room at the top of the stairs and that I didn't see them anymore. After a moment of stunned silence, she started asking all kinds of questions about these children. However, she told me that I refused to say anything else. She said that as long as she questioned me about what happened, I would just stand there, staring at her with a serious expression and my mouth closed. She said the same pattern held true every other time she brought it up to me. So she was always left wondering and immediately began hounding my dad about moving closer to town. While the incident with me getting to the pond was highly unlikely, it was at least remotely possible. My mother is adamant that being in the hidden slaughter yard that day was simply impossible. She says there is no way I could have even known it was out there, much less have the ability to open and relock the baby gates, get downstairs, past her, and end up almost 2 miles down the road and in this place in under 15 minutes. I was only 2 and as slow and clumsy as most toddlers. As I said, she is still shaken by it after 30 years. Personally, I have no idea what happened that day. I've thought about hypnosis but haven't yet decided. I really want to remember. Maybe it's better to let it be a mystery, because whatever those things were, I really don't think they were children. The White Witch. In the early 80s, I lived in Okinawa, Japan. My dad thought that seeing the world would be an adventure that would help my brother and I become better men. And I have to say, I think he was right. Being in the military showed me cultures that many would never get to experience, and I am thankful for every experience that life gave me, even the scary ones. While we lived in Japan, my father wanted us to have a fully immersive experience, so he chose to move us into a small Japanese neighborhood off base. We lived in a little house at the top of an enormous hill in a cul-de-sac that overlooked, I kid you not, part of a huge zoo and, on one side, a fairly large cemetery. Our particular house was set far above the monkey habitats, about a mile downhill. Between us and those habitats was nothing but a thick Indiana Jones-style jungle. The neighborhood kids, and I would tromp through endlessly, ignoring the local warnings about poisonous snakes and ancient untripped mines from World War II. We were the only American family living in that cul-de-sac, completely surrounded by Japanese families, and it was amazing. The kids loved us, and although we couldn't communicate through language very well, we understood each other perfectly most of the time. Opposite us was an older couple with a lush garden surrounding their property. The older woman wanted us to call her Mama-san, and she had us help her garden whenever she could coax us over with green tea and chocolate/banana cookies. We loved her. She was so welcoming and generous. As was everyone else, actually. We lived in a wonderful neighborhood. The only drawback to Mama-san's home, however, was that she directly overlooked the cemetery. And that cemetery was unlike any cemetery I had ever seen before. Because Okinawa is an island, burials don't happen very often. Instead, above-ground crypts are built. Many of them were built into the sides of the hills that make up the island. The crypts are large, made of huge arcs of polished stone set over a large square of that stone, which has a square insert cut into the middle of it for the coffin to be placed inside. Once inside, the square is inset with another piece of polished stone just inside, leaving a kind of shelf on the outside so offerings could be made to lost loved ones. Yen, food, flowers, and incense are some of the offerings given. Below Mama-san's house was a valley that swooped back up into another hill opposite her home. That valley and both hills were covered with these crypts, and spider webbing up and down through the crypts were various stone step pathways that were old and badly maintained. It was quite a sight. One evening, Mama-san asked me to come visit her alone. She had something to show me, but it was only for me as the older brother. Intrigued and a bit proud, I agreed. She took me to the back of her garden and sat me on a thick wooden bench that was carved with scenes of fishermen and men with swords. She told me she had a story to tell. Mama-san then disappeared for a few minutes and soon returned with a tray that held hot green tea and sweet rice cakes. Sitting next to me, she smiled and commented on the colors of the evening sky as the sun began to lower. Mama-san said she had seen me, my brother, and some other kids daring each other to follow a stairway path down into the cemetery. You have to understand that the path from our little home area down to the cemetery consisted of hundreds of steps, many broken or cracking, in and out of bushes, and at a steep incline. It would be dangerous for anyone, but the real test was seeing how long we could take walking through the crypts at night. Mama-san wanted to explain why that was a bad idea. Many years ago, during the war, Americans were thought to be devils, monsters that would murder innocent citizens for no reason other than to kill. That fear was the product of wartime propaganda used to encourage young men to serve in the military and farmers to fight along with them. But many didn't. Many ran. And with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide, hundreds of Japanese citizens hurled themselves off a cliffside rather than face torture at the hands of their perceived enemy. I was terrified at hearing this. I had no idea this had happened. I was mortified and hit with such sadness that I started to cry. The sun was setting, and the sky went from pink and blue to a deep orange and red. Mama San reached out and held my hand, telling me not to worry. This was in the past, and the past is something we must always remember so we never go back. She went on with her story. One young woman had followed through with the sacrifice with her 2 children, but she survived the fall. She was in a coma for months. When she did regain consciousness, she was horrified to realize she was not with her children. They had been buried somewhere in the cemetery below, in an unmarked crypt that held many others. The woman would spend days and nights searching the cemetery, crying in pain. The torment of her loss was unbearable, until the day she threw herself into the ocean to hopefully be reunited with her lost family. But they say she never found her children. Her act of suicide doomed her to purgatory. She would remain tortured for eternity. The sun had disappeared, the cemetery drowned in inky blackness, and the main path was dotted with dim, broken lights feebly illuminating small areas. Mama San continued. She still wanders the cemetery, she said, looking for her kids. You can hear her crying. And then she pointed down. I didn't want to, but I did. I looked. In the back of the cemetery, in the darkness, there was a white figure. At first, it had a bright, white shimmer, moving slowly, kind of shaking. It moved from side to side, like it was moving among the crypts, and you could actually hear the crying. Softly at first, but then low moans and whimpers of pain as it got closer. I was terrified. I wanted to run, but Mama San held my hand and whispered that she wouldn't come up here. We were too far. But that is why we shouldn't go down there after dark. She said many don't know her story and call her the White Witch, which angers her. It's best to stay away. It's best to pray for her. Mama San said she comes out to see her often, hoping one day she will find her salvation. Needless to say, I never went down to that cemetery. Not once. And I never sat back there with Mama San again either. That was enough for me. I did, however, visit Suicide Hill. It's called Peace Prayer Park now out of respect. I cried the whole time we were there. I prayed for all the souls and for forgiveness. So many Japanese citizens spoke to us, welcoming us, telling us stories, and sharing with us. I didn't feel worthy, and my love for the country and its people was overwhelming. I'll never forget my time there. I'd like to go back, to see if she's still there, wandering the graves, looking for her children. Why I stopped telling ghost stories. This is my first time posting on Reddit, so please forgive me if I don't get the format right. To start, in my culture, we avoid saying ghosts, especially their particular names. For example, in Western culture, there's Banshee, Woman in White, Boogeyman, and stuff like that. In my culture, I'm Malaysian, we have ghosts like Pontianak, Pokong, Toyol, and Langsua, among others. Saying their names out loud is said to summon them. I love ghost stories, but not the Western kind. I love Asian ghost stories. Perhaps because that's what I grew up with. I find them spookier than Western ghosts. Due to the language barrier, there are not a lot of Malaysian ghost stories available in English. So 6 years ago, I started a YouTube channel where I read ghost stories that are mainly from Southeast Asia. I would record my voice reading the stories at home, of course. Since I was living with another girl at the time, she also happened to be my colleague. We were working at a customer service call center that operates 24 hours a day, and our shift rotates weekly. Our 2-bedroom apartment was so small that there was barely any privacy when it came to noises. So I would usually only record when my roommate was out. I didn't want to bother her with my voice, and I would prefer not to have sounds from her going about her life in my recording. One time, my roommate was working the overnight shift. She left around 8 o'clock in the evening, and I just got home from work 2 hours prior, so I decided to record my second video. About half an hour after my roommate left for work, I started recording in my bedroom. I think it was a little bit more than halfway through the second story when I heard someone entering the apartment, which was weird since her shift should at least take about 8.5 hours. I thought that if she came home early, it would be more than likely that she was not feeling well. So I went to check on her. When I went to look for her, she was nowhere to be found. The only logical explanation was that the sound was from the next door unit, so I went back to recording. Not more than 15 minutes later, I heard the sound of a chair being pulled from under the dining table, followed by water running in our shower room just seconds later. Confident I was home alone, I went to check it. My bedroom door was facing directly toward the shower room door. As soon as I opened my bedroom door, I had a clear view of the open shower door, revealing a dark shower room. At this point, I was getting nervous. My thoughts were all over the place. I froze for a bit before I decided to look into the shower. The sound of water running can still be heard. When I flicked the shower room light switch on, the shower was running, but but there was no one in there. I turned off the shower and went looking for my roommate again. Maybe I missed her the first time? But still, I found nobody in the apartment. I was a little nervous, but I was determined to continue recording. I wanted to be a YouTuber, and I hope one day I can quit my job and tell ghost stories full-time. So I did. I finished recording the stories and went straight into editing. Around 1 a.m., I needed a toilet break. As you can see in the diagram attached, the toilet is separate from the shower and can only be accessed through the kitchen. After I finished my business, while I was passing through the kitchen, I could hear a giggle from the living room. That stopped me in my tracks. I had a clear view of the well-lit living room. There was obviously no one there. At this point, I knew I was not alone. I ran into my bedroom and locked the door behind me. I hid under my covers, and that's when I heard something try to open my bedroom door. It went on for what felt like forever. I fell asleep, and for some reason, I finished editing my story and posted it a few days later. Everything quieted down for a little while, so I decided to record another story. This time I was recording during the day. It was my off day, and my housemate was out shopping or something. Everything went smoothly. So smoothly that I was able to post the video by the time my housemate came home. That night, we decided to watch a movie together. Before we started the movie, I went into the kitchen to make myself some snacks while my roommate picked a movie. Our TV is positioned on the same wall that divides the living room, my bedroom, and the sofa right across from it. So you can see the kitchen door and shower room door when sitting on the sofa. As I was coming out of the kitchen, I asked my roommate if she had found a movie. She was looking at me with a surprised look. "Didn't you just go into the shower room like 30 seconds ago?" she asked. I just shook my head and went to sit. The topic died there, and we picked a Malaysian horror comedy movie. Mid-movie, our shower room door whipped open violently, and we heard what sounded like a giggle. My roommate decided to sleep in my room that night. That was the last time we watched anything related to ghosts. Since then, I often hear furniture being moved, giggles, and shadows moving in my peripherals. But when I turn to look, there is nothing, sometimes even when my roommate is home. She also has experienced some spooky stuff in the apartment, like her back being tapped by something while she was in the kitchen, hearing my voice calling her name when I was not home, and a shadow running from the kitchen into the shower room while she was watching TV in the living room. We stayed there for a few more months until my roommate quit her job to move back to her hometown, and I decided to move in with another colleague. The new house was much larger. It was a 3-story house. I stopped recording ghost stories for a while after that. Even though I love ghost stories, I do not particularly like experiencing one. It took me about 8 or 9 months before I had the courage to record another ghost story. It was not a very good idea. I will post about that one soon. And if you're wondering, why am I sharing this story now? Apparently, even after I stopped recording ghost stories, I still encounter supernatural activity. So I might as well share it anyway. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Also, please be sure to check out my Patreon, where I upload videos early, have polls to influence future uploads, and also have all uploads ad-free. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the support. And have a good night.